sinking since she left me. Been dreaming about her since she been gone. Was until she walked out the door. I realized I was wrong. Yeah, I got a fever. It's 103. Feel my heart sinking since she left me. Have I lost my mind? Feels like driving in circles, a never-ending road. Emotions sick to my stomach from losing the one I love. My regrets, they still echo as my head starts to ring. That one love I can't let go. She's the only one who meant something. Yeah, I got a fever, and it's killing me. Constant overthinking about why she left me. Have I lost my mind? Have I lost my mind?
What is happening, little guys? It's your the CEO, little guy, calling this meeting to session. Okay, order. I know that we're trading lots of dick coin on the floor right now, but I'm gonna need everybody to stop trading and pay attention to me, the CEO of this wonderful establishment. Now we've got an interesting one, guys, okay? Stock market ain't closed yet, boss. Well, you know what? This is more important than trading, okay? All right, you better start betting on Kalshi. You better start betting on Kalshi, because we're taking this one and we're gonna go to the moon with it, baby. All right, we're going to the moon. We're holding long, and I'm gonna be shorting. What's her name? I'm shorting Riley Elena today. Okay, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm doing here. So I have unfortunately become like a linchpin. Dude, people are talking about me being like, you know, in like Alexander Hamilton, like when we talk about Alexander Hamilton post hoc because he's dead now. Spoiler alert. People are like, oh, you know, he had this one way of running the government, and it's very different than the Jeffersonian way of running the government. I'm being spoken about like a founding father in drama, is what I'm saying. And you know, the thing is I'm not dead. Your reputation is preceding you, damn. Well, here's the funny part is that I don't fucking remember. Okay? I don't fucking remember the fucking any of it. Like, period. Uh, now I mean aside from that, I've been just kind of I've just been kind of vibing these last few days. I watched the Super Bowl halftime show, just the halftime show. Great to feel represented as a Latino, I will say. Dude, Jake Paul's fucking comments have been like absolutely horrendous, dude. That guy should have like his balls crushed. Okay, fucking hell, dude. Ridiculous shit, ridiculous shit. I think, you know what? Honestly, I'm not even going to talk about other stuff going on. I kind of want to just rip the band-aid off. So, yeah. So, this whole entire beef that Riley has found herself in between Social Repose and I am like a character in it, despite not having talked about Social Repose for like 4 fucking years. Okay? So, a long time ago, I've talked about all of this, right? I'm not going to go back and explain my entire history of Social Repose. Needless to say, my history with Social Repose is quite a long one. He is, right? He is my most famous story that I've covered, period. Many of you probably know who I am because of my video on Social Repose 7 years ago. 7 years ago. 7 years ago, chat. But yeah, we are so fucking old. You're telling me. Say it ain't so. Yo, I saw your YouTube short. Nice Quinn's Quest outfits, boss. He's also part of the reason I've started dressing nicer for that. What did Jake Paul say? Sure, I'll tell you. Okay. I know you from
At the
Illuminati.
Weaver Off Dreams
Wow.
became a member. At the Weaver Off Dreams celebrates 28 months of membership. I know you from my Illuminutgaze.
That one that's probably one of the ones I'm more proud of, if anything, you know. But yeah, sure, fine. People keep asking, I'll pull up the fucking Jake Paul tweets. Jake Paul's tweets weren't as bad as fucking Laura Loomer's tweets. Holy shit. Outrageous. So here. I know this might be little. Oh, I have two. There we go. All right. Purposefully turning off the halftime show. Let's rally together to show big corporations they can't just do whatever they want without consequences, which equals viewership for them. You are their benefit. Realize you have power. Turn off this halftime. A fake American citizen performing who publicly hates America. I cannot support that. But Jake Paul, fucking idiot, by the way. Fucking idiot. So for those of you that don't know, my mother country, Puerto Rico, is basically a U.S. colony. There is a humongous Puerto Rican and Caribbean diaspora that lives in like the New York tri-state, in particular around like the Manhattan area. That's why you got so many Latinos and bodegas down there. Aside from that, Puerto Rico is a part of the United States. Okay, it's like there's a few others, right? But it is literally a part of the United States, right? Needless to say, Bad Bunny, who is Puerto Rican, performing during the halftime show, he is an American. He's an American citizen, okay? Because he's from Puerto Rico. All right? So this was a fucking stupid statement that Jake Paul made. Two, Jake Paul lives in Puerto Rico, or he resides in there. So when he resides in Puerto Rico, he does not have to pay a specific kind of tax. Like fucking, I can't remember. I think it's an income tax, but he doesn't have to pay like an income tax. He's basically legally evading taxes while maintaining his American citizenship by living in Puerto Rico. The wealthy in Puerto Rico have systemically and routinely upended the social infrastructure and society of Puerto Rico since they've been using it as a platform to live wealthily, okay? These guys are allowed to have constant power while the rest of the people on Puerto Rico have constant rolling blackouts, okay? The problem with my tweet is the word fake being misinterpreted. He's not a fake citizen, obviously, because he's Puerto Rican, and I love Puerto Rico and all Americans who support the country. More so, Bunny is fake because his values and criticisms of our great country. By the way, Jake Paul, here's how you know Jake Paul is an idiot. Basically, leading up to the halftime show, there was this big push by trad media. And when I say trad media, I don't mean traditional media. I mean like the TPUSA, you know, the fucking like the MAGA justice warrior fucking weirdos, okay? That are like constantly trying to get people to clutch pearls over some of the dumb culture war bullshit, right? But there was this whole big thing about how Bad Bunny was actually going to get on stage during the halftime show and basically say that America bad. And that's what he was going to do the entire time through the halftime show. And he was going to make all the white folk look bad. So the TPUSA people got together. They brought out a geriatric Kid Rock to perform at the Turning Point USA halftime show, which was like 30 minutes, by the way. So if you were watching the Kid Rock halftime show, you would have missed portions of the big game last night, which makes no sense. But there was this concerted effort to portray like Latinos and the Latinos that were going to be performing at the halftime show as basically invaders looking to usurp American culture. And Jake Paul clearly has fallen hook, line, and sinker for that. There are many things I would like to say about Jake Paul. His comments on this aren't even that bad compared to some other people's I've seen. So I'm not going to say that we should fucking kill him. But there is a certain libs of TikTok individual, Laura Loomer, who should probably have to face the wall. Okay? In Minecraft. And, you know, the thing is the funny part is that Logan is really good at this, and I realized this in my video on Logan Paul, is that Logan instantly realized that Jake looked bad and instantly went, I don't agree with my brother. I don't agree with my brother. And every time Jake Paul does something stupid, Logan will do, I'm saving my own skin, and let his brother fall apart here. He's like, I love my brother, but this is wrong. And he does it all the time, okay? Yeah.
Reminder, he was sitting next to the VP during.
Yeah, I hope it's worth it, Jake Paul. I hope it's fucking worth it, okay? To clarify, I wasn't calling anyone a fake citizen because they're from Puerto Rico. I live in Puerto Rico. I love Puerto Rico. I have used my platform. By the way, if you're like one of like 20 rich, wealthy white people who lives on an island, probably insulting like the main cultural export of the people who are from the island is not a good idea. They do hard labor. They would destroy Jake Paul. I've used my platform to support Puerto Rico. You are abusing the country. Fuck you, leave. All right, actually, fuck you, leave. And time again, and will always do so. But if you're publicly criticizing ICE, who are doing their job and openly hating on America, I'm going to speak out. All right, hold on. I'm trying to be like, radical love and empathy is going to win the day. Okay, America, the woke left has won football in the culture war, guys. Okay. I gotta keep reminding myself, I can't just call these stupid people and say that we should. I can't be a violent, crazy person. Okay, but that's crazy. If you benefit from a country and the platform it gives you, but publicly disrespected at the same time, that's what guys, listen, being a patriotic person does not mean you stand by everything the administration does, okay? I am a patriotic American. I do believe that I'm a patriotic American. The values I grew up with in America, I believe other people should have the ability to experience those rights. These days, it's very easy to not feel like that is the case for many reasons. But me being positive about the ideals of a country does not mean that I need to be positive of the dumb decisions that an administration makes. The Constitution is not Donald Trump. The Constitution is not ICE. The Constitution is the bedrock of which we formed the American democracy, okay? And I do believe that many people here, citizen or not, are deserving to, fucking have a trial, to have the freedom of speech, to have the freedom to speak out against the government. There's a growing group of people who are like, oh, the administration and the country are the same thing. They are not. You're an idiot if you think you're the same. They're the same thing, okay? And you are paving the way to have your rights eroded. It is important that people are able to say their piece and say their opinion and not be censored by the administration writ large. It is important that people speak their minds and love each other and are able to go out into the world and be positive to one another. There. There, wrapped it up in a nice bow where Diesel didn't say we should round up the Paul brothers and have them face the Nuremberg trials. I'm not saying we should have that. I'm just saying that they've collected quite a lot of karmic debt, you know. Anyway, Jake Paul got reamed on so bad he started doubling backwards. Guys, I love Bad Bunny. I don't know what happened on my Twitter last night. What the fuck? But yeah. Anyway, yeah. That the shit with Jake Paul had bothered me quite a bit as a Latino American for a long time, and I'll get onto the main topic in a second. So if you're like one of the people who's here to see me talk about this, I've definitely always felt kind of like, and I wonder if this experience is similar, especially with a lot of Latinos that grow up in America, but you're very disconnected from your culture. And I think you see it with a lot of the Latinos that join ICE, is that for a lot of us, we're kind of trying to do the thing that like the Irish or the Italians did to get recognized as white people, to be accepted into the community. And I don't really think, I've never been treated like I was white. Never ever. I remember when I was a child, I was the brownest kid in my Catholic school. My parents raised me Catholic. Neither of them are Catholic, but they raised me Catholic for some reason. And my entire upbringing was around Italians and Poles. And there's a lot of, you know, comparisons between the two communities, but I was always kept as like an outsider because I was like the brown friend. When my friends would get together, they would go skiing or they would do white people sports. That's the only way I could describe it. And I would be left out of it. I was never invited. They never invited me. I never got to go. And I would always hear about these trips that my friends got to do that I couldn't do with them. And so I was always excluded from that. And that was one of my first experiences where I was like, why am I being excluded from this? There's really no reason for that. And really, ultimately, the only way that I could chalk it up is that I was just different. I was a different skin color. When one Asian kid joined our friend group, he was also excluded from these things. And that's how I know that it was a race thing, because both of us were excluded. So we ended up becoming pretty close over that time, right? And it was definitely one of those like really like life-changing moments that I noticed that, right? And when I was growing up, right, that I wouldn't be exposed to the music of my culture ever. And that's like I'm sure it's a big thing for every culture. So, you know, womp womp, right? But the only time that my music of my culture was being used was, and I've already had this talked about on stream against my will, so I'm fine and comfortable talking about it now. You still keep in touch with the Asian kid? No, he ended up going on to become like a doctor, and he's like doing really well for himself. He was adopted, and he was adopted into a very, 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 very wealthy family who worked in government. And so they would not allow their son to have any. They would not allow their son to be excluded, and they had the money to ensure that my family wasn't, you know, I'm not as blessed. I have 2 working class parents, right? So, you know. Um, and I remember my experience with my culture was pretty separated because my parents, whether they did it instinctually or consciously, were trying to raise me white, right? And I remember the only times where I would have interactions with my culture are two ways, where I go to see family in the city, which I liked, and then the other way was when my parents would like argue, and my entire like history had been brought up before on stream, so I'm not going to go over the brass tacks. The only time my father would play Spanish music was when he was in a bad mood and when he wanted to get into an argument with my mom. And so for my entire life, I grew up with the implication in my mind that thinking about Spanish music is a sign of something bad to happen, right? And unironically, this is true. I didn't listen to Spanish music ever again, ever, until Bad Bunny, right? And that was the first time I was ever able to listen to Spanish music and to not immediately like have a fucking panic attack, right? And so through him as an artist, I was able to reclaim that as like something to have, because my entire life it was taken away from me. It was shown to be a bad thing. And you know what I've noticed? My dad only listens to old white guy music now, right? And I remember I was in a car with him, and we were coming back from something. This is fairly recently. And he's like, I hate New York. It's too expensive to live here. It's not a good place. There's nothing here for me. And all I'm thinking is like, where the fuck would you go? And I say that to him, well, where would you move? And he's like, I love Connecticut. Now, I don't know if any of you from the East Coast superstructure that is the New York, Boston, DC corridor. Fucking Connecticut sucks. It's terrible. There's one of my favorite lines in Mr. Robot is when A$AP Rocky says, yo, we gotta watch out. We're in Connecticut. There's a lot of RWAs here. There's a lot of RWAs here. And the lady asked him, what's an RWA? Rich white assholes. And I said that to him. And I said, you move to Connecticut, you're going to be like there's a very small amount of Latinos in Connecticut. And I said, when push comes to shove, they're going to look at you and they're going to say, he ain't white. And he didn't say anything back to me about that. But it's true, right? He changed his name to a more white name to fit in and get jobs, which is true, which is a thing that happens. And it's a fucking problem, right? A lot of people have to like change how Hispanic they are in order to get work. And so he had successfully, I would say he's very successfully assimilated to be like an old white Gen Xer boomer. But I don't think it would stick. You're bilingual. That's weird. People don't like that. Anyway, needless to say, I was very happy to see Bad Bunny perform, to kind of reclaim that, right? This is awesome. I love how this went to Connecticut sucks. Yeah, but needless to say, I was very happy to see Bad Bunny perform. I thought that was sick. Fuck yeah. Diesel, did you see the guy that bet 33K on the Seahawks, all his savings? I'm sure a lot of people gambled quite a lot that other night, dude. Incredulous of bilinguals. I speak 4 languages. They'd crap their pants. uh, anyway, all this to get back to the main topic is that Riley has been on a warpath. If you guys remember the last stream I covered about this, Riley is the individual who is taking Social Repose to task for a lot of his old dramas, okay? And Riley's big thing has been to say, I think Social Repose fucks kids. That's what she's saying. She could argue that she's not saying. That's what she's saying. Okay. And it is not something that is okay to say, honestly. But the thing is that after Riley made the video where she's like, Social Repose fucks kids, she has repeatedly mentioned how I was able to say such a thing and not get in trouble from Social Repose, using me as a frame of reference for her warpath. Needless to say, I don't support Riley in her warpath. That is her cross to bear on her own. Okay. I am not getting in bed with Social Repose on this. Social Repose is, if anything, a opportunistic little shitter who will take any opportunity presented to him in order to grow his fame. That is what he is. Every single time he worked with somebody who's a piece of shit, he might have known they were a piece of shit, but his reasoning was not any deeper than I want a little bit of clout capital, okay? Now, in my last video covering Social Repose, I go over allegations of him basically trying to solicit from someone who is not of legal age, number one. And number two, I do not remember what I said in this video. So, for reference, my first video, 7 years old. This final upload on Social Repose was February 22nd, 2022. And I have not looked at this video since February 22nd, 2022. I struggle to remember content that long ago. Between 2022 and 2026, I have changed completely as a person. I am in a different place in my life. My political opinions are completely different. My life philosophy opinions are completely different. I don't wear hats. God damn. I have loved, I have lost, I have opened up a store, I have been a teacher, I have done so many things since that time. You were racist at that time. I wasn't racist, but I was definitely I still had a little bit of chud in me, for sure. I was a completely different person. The pandemic had 110% changed me. I basically lost like 3 years of my youth, my early 20s to the pandemic, you know. I was just a different person. That's the only way I can describe it. I know that my mentality here was completely different. Like, it was just completely different. I was just completely different. Like, I don't know of another way to put it. I was in the longest relationship of my life when I made this video. There was so many things. I didn't have my degree yet, chat. I was still in college when I did this. And life was so different. I remember working on this video inside the library of my university. Okay. Your college still existed. Well, yeah, my real alma mater still existed. So I was just a different person. Like, I don't know of another way to put it. You know, I assume me, right? I'm learning Spanish.
Became a member. At the Op Block celebrates 18 months of membership. Hola papi, donde está la sandía? And Helamos.
And no, lavate las manos. Yeah, Falgi has decided he's Latino today. There's a meme from Night of the Seven Kingdoms where somebody's like, only a Latino can make another Latino, with the guy knighting the other guy. And it's true, a Latino can make another Latino. Okay, so before we even watch Riley's video, I need to watch what I said 3.5 years ago to figure out. Hello, Poppy. Where are the watermelons? We yearn for it. Okay. So let's see what I said this many years ago. Damn. I look like shit in this video. Fuck.
Was his back. And let me play this clip.
So with all the stuff between social repose and
At
running
Metal Man
left
87
going on,
became a member. At Metal Man 87 celebrates 8 months of membership. Diesel support forever.
You look like a gaming nerd. I mean, yeah. Is that the same bookcase? Yeah. That is the same bookcase.
I thought I should do my story time on how Richie Geese, aka Social Repose, tried to talk to me when I was 16, 15. So I was 15, about to be 16. I turned.
Have patience, Nana. You can be my date. It'll be cute. Ah, really? Heh. You're underage, aren't you? Yep. That's why I was like, ah, really, Lamau? It's cool, though. We can go as friends.
The more things change, the more they stay the same.
You're telling me, dude. Disavowing yourself, absolutely crazy. I don't know if I'm disavowing myself. I don't remember what I said in the video. Right? I'm like trying to frame, like, here's the thing. When I say that I do, like, the video essays are gonzo, guys, right? When I say the video essays are gonzo, I am a character in the stories I tell. And I'm trying to do that less, right? But, like, I just am. I am a character in these things.
16 in November 19th. I'm 23 now, by the way. But he said, please don't say you're 16. Are you 15? Let me down easy. Then.
Well, damn, please don't say you're 15. Are you 15? Let me down easy. Close to 16. Lamau, but yeah. My birthday's on the 19th. Sorry, I had to let you down. I feel less bad. Ha ha ha. It's all good, though. You can be the concert buddy I never had, because to be honest, my friends dislike the music. Ever tried the Oki's weird story route of videos? I know he's also been a character in his own videos. I think I'm trying to like figure out what I want to do for the future of FPS Diesel and figure out where to go. Like, I think these last 2.5 years have been pretty fucking banger. And I think the content I've put out is like stuff I'm actually proud of.
I said, close to 16. My birthday is on November 19th. He said, I feel less bad.
But like what I explained is like the behind the scenes of producing this video is such a fucking pain in the ass. Because the women involved were all with, by the way, all like is this like a general trend? This must be. Ladies in your early 20s, if you're watching, if you're with a guy who you have like the slightest inkling that he's like kind of demanding and controlling of you as a person, you need to let go of that person. Like, you just straight up need to let go of that person. Because it was very frustrating. Because and I remember lamenting to my partner about this at the time. And I was frustrated that a lot of these former Richie partners were like, we want you to speak about this, but we don't want to go public. And it was like, okay, well, I can't do it if you're all anonymous. I can't do that. And then I remember being told by one of the individuals, yeah, so-and-so doesn't want to go public because her boyfriend is a musical artist and doesn't want his career fucked. And I'm looking at this guy and I'm like, motherfucker, you left Richie and then walked into another guy who's exactly like Richie, right? Because you got to remember, for a lot of these girls, it wasn't that they were underage or anything like that. It was that Richie was controlling. Richie was, he would blow up in like fits of anger. And then they left him. And then they go to this other guy who has a haircut very similarly, makes music very similarly. And he's like, don't talk to that guy. I don't want you talking to him. He could ruin me. He could hurt my career. It was like, what the fuck? I'm not even paying attention to you. What do you mean? And I've had that happen a couple of times, right? Like, I'm not like, there are some drama YouTubers that are like fucking sleazebags, obviously. If I have a source come to me, and if it's with good intention, I'm not going to just like blow up anybody, right? I've had people come to me with the Illuminati story that I let them tell me their story, and I never said a single fucking thing about it, that I still haven't said a single fucking thing about it, because it's not in my like best interest, right? Now, if I'm like 3 people removed from a person and you give me DMs, I don't really feel like I need to like sit on those, right? Because by now I already know that you've shared it with everybody, right? So I'm of the opinion that I could just share those just of my own accord. I would probably go and talk to the originator of that, but I am under no expectation to hold that to myself. But yeah, so that's, cult hopping is super common. I imagine it's the same for toxic relationships. Yeah. It happens to all people, even guys named Tom. Yeah, you know, not all of us can have a big white cock, right? Man, imagine having a big white cock, but only wanting to have loving sex.
Who says that? What 25-year-old says that? I'm 23 now, and I could not imagine trying to talk to a fucking 15 or 16-year-old. Disgusting. Then he proceeds to tell me, you're so cute though, stop being 16. What the fuck? Like, what the actual fuck? I'm sorry, I look terrible right now, but all in all, he's a fucking predator. I don't give a fuck. That's just the facts. And I will screen record the messages and his profile if you guys need further proof. But I seen other people were commenting on Ronnie's videos saying that he's a predator, blah, 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 talks to underage girls. So there's the proof. This was in 2014/15. Like I said, I'm 23 now. It's 2022. That's absolutely disgusting, and people need to watch out for people like him.
This was also terrible, by the way I was doing this. This is too long. This is like ruining the fucking speed of everything. I was trying to like separate it with like timestamps and stuff and sections, but it's yeah, I was trying too hard. It's just wasting time in terms of an edit.
This allegation is a huge one, and we'll get into that. We're working our way backwards, as well as my last...
Also, the side camera, people bitched at me for this all the time. I think this was one of the last videos I ever did this in. But yeah, I agree, honestly. It's not what... When you make YouTube videos, this just doesn't feel right.
Few months following this man, uncovering other...
Also, the framing is awful. I can't even get over how bad the fucking framing is. I'm like dead center, dude.
Various things about him. And
I will say my facial routine is much better. My face is much cleaner and healthier at 28 than it was at fucking whatever I was back then.
Social Repose as a person. Exploring this allegation...
You're also hella pale. It was February, all right?
past relationships and general issues I have with Social Repose. Then I had stopped at one point and was just roped back in, and this has continued on for a couple of months. Regardless, according to this woman, Carla, Richie allegedly chatted up and flirted with her when she was a teenager. This has been alleged about Social Repose forever, primarily from the internet at large, with unsubstantiated testimony from people who used to be in his life. Basically, it was something no one had any evidence of. People throw around certain words that I'm not going to, but I covered Social Repose 2 years ago.
god! I'm so careful with my shit! I'm so careful with my shit! Look at how I don't call him a pedophile!
He's been my biggest story. That's not even an understatement, he really has. I compared him to Onision, but I didn't elaborate on that. I know this will be a point of contention in my reporting now, but my opinion on the matter is simply this. Having covered both Social Repose and Onision, I believe they're both self-destructive narcissists. This is my opinion. I'm an unprofessional. Having spoken to both of them, this is just my feeler on the situation. Onision and him have a lot in common. However, I understand that those aren't literal comparisons between the two.
Oh my god, I'm so fucking smart. I'm so fucking smart. I'm so fucking smart. How can I not jack myself off? How can I not jack myself off, man?
Exact standard.
I feel like I'm watching this for the first time. Again, I swear to God, I do not remember what I said in this video.
Moving back to this allegation, it was the spark that reignited my investigation. Unknown to all of you,
You look like you're fighting being bald, like the Smiling Friends bit. I was, no cap, Louis. I was actually like worried about going bald, but it turned, again, this was all like, I just didn't know how to take care of my hair.
receive these messages
I'm definitely going bald, dude. I know that, but I'd be busting out the finasteride. Brothers is trying.
months ago regarding Social Repose, while I was researching spirit science. Richie had become a bit of a pet project for me. I dropped it in January to February, only to be roped back in with all these Richie throwing pot shots on TikTok, as well as all the audience members he has on there and haters.
Carla's story came out during one of these spats where Ronnie Radke of Falling in Reverse fame
Was taking Social Repose to task for many things. Their argument isn't important, really. Ronnie Radke has definitely perked up some ears, and I'll get to that. He's definitely
If we give it a few years, can we have you reacting to your reaction of yourself?
Yeah, sure.
a part of this wonderful rose gallery of emo celebrities. But Ronnie Radke is a story for another day. Point is, he was using things like this to take the high road against Social Repose, and had responded to Carla and various other women who told their stories. So I got in contact with Carla, told her I was sorry about all this happening and how crazy it was, and gave her the rundown on what I tell my sources and what's gonna happen next. That I'd take my time, ask some tough questions about this, and tell the story. Meanwhile, others would speak out against Richie, and some things had changed. For example, this girl, Caitlin, tells a story about how spending time with Social Repose, he'd just be complaining about other people who would wrong him and spilling the tea, basically. Social Repose was just gossiping about people he used to be friends with.
Which, by the way, pretty much every single, like, Social Repose girl tells stories where it's like, oh, I was close with Richie and all he did was bitch about the people that have wronged him in his life.
Like, super fun fact, my ex-best friend fucked Social Repose when she was like 19 and he was like 30. And one day we went to go get Dutch Bros and he was in the car with us and I was like, tell me some secrets. Like, I'm a little bit interested, you know, I'm curious. And the only thing he told us was his beef between him and Ronnie. He nonstop talked about how Ronnie did him dirty or whatever. But he just kept making like such
Diesel, how long have you been doing YouTube? Since 2016.
a big deal about like him and Ronnie beefing and how like something happened at Warped Tour. I don't know, this happened like 3 years ago. I don't remember much. But like it was maybe
I have so much stuff and I've been through so much that it's like I can't. I've never. I think after the stuff with fucking Cuck Cameron, that there is quite literally nothing left that could shock or astound me.
like an hour car ride and 90% of it was him just talking shit about Ronnie. So I'd like to think that Social Repose, Richard, is a little obsessed with Ronnie. There was also another time where I was at his house and we called one of our friends and he like got all weird because he didn't want us FaceTiming in his house because of like privacy reasons, even though we were just like FaceTiming like this. I can post a whole other story time about that if y'all want. But yeah, he was just talking about like his insider secrets and blah blah blah, but it was mainly just about Ronnie and how they were beefing. It was a little cool because like this social media star is sitting in my old friend's car and he's telling all these secrets about all these bands that I like.
I've got like a real shocking thing. Now that I have like friends that are like normal people, by the way, not only do they not give a fuck, they think it's hilarious when I give gossip because they're like, this is also stupid and pointless. And I'm like, yeah, isn't it true?
I will say, however, I did pay for Social Repose's Dutch Bros, and he technically still owes me $4, so please, sir.
That's like $18 with inflation, dude.
He also totally talked shit about like his little emo YouTuber group, like Johnny Gilbert, Brian Stars, a whole bunch of other. They were going hiking at the time. This was in like March 2020, like right before quarantine happened. So do with that what you will. He like asked me who my favorite of the group was, and I was like, oh, it's Johnny Gilbert, like because he was closest to my age, and like
Yeah, I haven't heard anything bad about Johnny Gilbert. Fingers crossed, knock on wood. I personally haven't heard anything bad about Johnny Gilbert, but you know.
I was obsessed with him during my scene phase.
I know one of the guys who's in Johnny Gilbert's posse, I went to high school with him. This, again, not a joke. Yeah. Dude, my high school brought out the My Video for Briona guy. Fucking Chris Raygun went to my rival high school. And a guy who like runs with Johnny Gilbert. He was like a fucking total emo guy. He would always walk around with an acoustic guitar. He never goes to class. We'd have the theater, and he would hang outside where the theater was, and he would fucking be strumming and singing on his guitar instead of going to class. And it somehow paid off, and now he like does emo shows and like is homies with Johnny. So that was like a fucking weird like, small world.
Glad to see he's still going strong in that. But he was just talking about it, and he was like, he would never like you. And I was like, okay, don't want to do that, but like, sure. Oh my god, totally remembered that we were fighting. Like, me and Social Repose were like screaming at each other, like fighting. And I told him I was going to make an exposing video about him, and he literally panicked. And like, I meant it as a joke, but like, here we are.
She followed this up by telling more personal anecdotes about Social Repose, of which Johnny Gilbert was in the discussion of, and he ended up coming in to confirm this girl's story, adding some credibility to it. And then Social Repose responded to it by saying the following. Now, this is all probably really confusing, and we'll break it all down later, but by now I had produced questions that Carla needed to answer for me.
This vid is like 3.5 years old. Yeah, this is like not that old, but old.
And so I asked away. First off, let me clarify what Carla had said about Richie, right? Richie had never asked for anything provocative or photos. I looked at the entire conversation log. At the time of this happening, Richie was about 23. He responded and admitted as much, saying the following. Him claiming to have stopped is wrong though. After learning her age, he continued to speak to her for a long time. The point of her—
I could probably find those original logs. I'm not gonna go look for them now, but I definitely have access to them. I don't like texting. It's not easier. My phone dies a lot. I see. It's okay. I'll stay on to talk to you then. Miss you, bae. Miss you more. Haha, you're such a sweetheart. Hi, Richie. Hope you're having an amazing day. Haven't talked to you in a while, but I hope all is well with you. Things are good. Miss you. Miss you too. How are you? Good. You know, just lurking on the internet. To add on to this, even though I didn't go far enough in condemning this, I'll say that, because even though he wasn't soliciting like pictures from her, there's no fucking reason this guy should be talking to somebody who's busy doing their SATs. Okay, he can rent a fucking car. Why is he talking to somebody who's doing their junior year test?
Admitted as much, saying the following.
Hey, about can you text me? It'd be easier, blah, blah, blah. You're probably really tired. I'd be scared to fly.
Him claiming to have stopped.
Tried to talk to me, yes. And once I found out you were that age, we stopped talking. I wouldn't have gotten your info at the show if I knew I was 23.
is wrong though. After learning her age, he continued to speak to her
What's junior year? 15, 16.
for a long time. The point of her age even came up later in the conversation after this happening. He says how he and Carla can be adorable together, and then later on says the following: "You're so cute though. Stop being 16, okay?" Social Repose allegedly in these conversations.
That's fucking foul. That is so fucking indefensible. That is fucking indefensible. By the way, I just want to say none of this gives any evidence that he fucked children while hanging out with Davi Vanity on tour. None of it. None of it. None of it. None of it.
Claims to be in PR later, assumedly Puerto Rico, but agreed at least in the moment to have allegedly given his phone number over. Even later on, continually calls her babe. He continues to offer to hang out, and the context of this seems to be related to a performance he was going to have.
I didn't have a teleprompter back then. I'm like reading the script and then looking at the camera.
At least that's what it appears as. But young Carla says, maybe we can meet up. It would be nice seeing you again. And then, of which he responds,
I'd love to hang. Thanks for hanging. Can't wait to see you. Been too long. I know, right? Ha.
Of course, I'd love to hang. Carla sends a text back.
Diesel, what do you call a partner that hogs the weed pen? I don't know. What do you call a partner that hogs the weed pen?
Complimenting him. Social Repose follows it up with a "can't wait to see ya, it's been too long." The conversation lasted from the end of November 2014 to all the way in 2015, when it appears that he allegedly cut off contact with Carla. Other women did contact Carla in the comments section with similar stories, but due to a lack of physical evidence, I cannot rightfully report on that sort of thing. But there are others giving similar stories about Richie around the same time, with women reporting high school age. Again, this is all alleged, and I
can't even begin to tell you how, like, probably like 2021 to 2024, give or take. Fucking, I'm just like exhausted at life. Like, holy shit.
No, since everyone's gonna hang on to this, please watch the rest of the video because we're gonna come back to these things. Turning back to Caitlyn, this girl had reported another repeated behavior of Richie, where he would spend time with others and use that time to explain his woes and angers with past friends and lovers. Generally, these stories revolve around Richie explaining how he was wronged by a person or society at large. Friends like Johnny Gilbert have gone from friends to being enemies. Former lovers are always, regardless of events, portrayed as over the
Diesel, isn't you a funny, what, I sent a funny oh, Stale is streaming, dude?
The live streaming space is not in a great place right now. Viewership
Okay.
has not recovered.
Benjamin Netanyahu. You needed to Google his name for the joke, Louis. You're like, this bit's gonna be amazing. I'm gonna go through all the work of going and finding his name in a dictionary so that way I can tell Diesel the joke a million years later. Well, we'll circle back around to that. I need to continue watching myself.
The top villains looking to wrong Richie. Richie mentions someone dealing with substance abuse is a similar tactic he's used before to make that person look uncredible. Instead of addressing the argument of credibility, the credibility specifically—
I'm giving you clips, motherfucker. You know, I can't even be upset because I know that you're trying to clip farm for me. The humble clip farmer at another day's work. It don't pay much, but it's honest work.
of the individual is brought up. For example, it's not that Roy, an ex of his, had boundaries crossed in an open relationship. It's that she works in sex work, and people in sex work aren't loyal. His argument, allegedly. Or that a person has clouded judgment because they deal with something maybe related to substance abuse. Basically saying they're unreliable, don't trust them.
I think the video was lost at the time because I had a copyright strike on it and I was fighting it. So the video was taken down for a long period of time.
On my journey, I did speak to Roy because I ended up needing to cross-reference some timelines. But I'm working backwards, so before we get to Roy and all that, I just want to discuss with Jesse Page, who made a video addressing him and what he had said about her finally. And I do have old videos about that as well. In this video, Jesse addresses pretty much the more ludicrous points made by Social Repose in his faux content cop. Basically, it was a content cop around Jesse Page for being Jesse Page. There isn't much to those videos. Jesse mentions how he mocked her laugh, her job, her channel, etc. He had done this as a meta move to get back at Jacqueline, at least allegedly. Jesse, being friends with Jacqueline and being younger and unaccustomed to internet drama, didn't take it well in the time. But I and many others—
I yearn for the clip mines. Your librarian has run out of lore to document yet. We're now gonna move forward into the I'm announcing the dark woke era of FPS Diesel. No longer am I a chud. I am a woke Chad. Bad Bunny has shown me the ways of Latinas with fat asses. And their times have changed. It is the year of dark woke of 2026.
came to Jesse's defense because the points mentioned were non-issues, taken
It
seriously
took until now to declare it? Well, we never denoted a specific time, you know?
and absolutely ridiculous. Jesse mentions in this video something I'll get back to later, but I'll just let her say it for now. Again, I want to save my opinions for the end.
Isn't for over 30-year-old man. Like, of course my content isn't going to be catered to you. A lot of my audience at that time especially were younger than me. Like, of course there's cute B-roll.
I thought dark woke started when you started going on about walkable cities. Well, honestly, yeah, dude. Dude, I actually, this is no joke. I messaged Hal today complaining about air circulation infrastructure and how other places in Europe are having air circulate more efficiently than the United States. I've gone from walkable cities to optimal aircon placement.
And ukulele music and stuff. It was very wholesome content. I'm sorry that it was cringe wholesome to you. In general, you could even argue, why is this 32-year-old man watching a teenage girl's YouTube videos about her sexuality?
Again, I don't want to tell anybody to watch my older video. It's probably not that good. Yep, Social Repose targets the friends of Jacqueline to get back at her still. I really wanted to go the whole rest of my Social Repose reporting without mentioning Jacqueline. The woman's married, living a good life, and it's years from her time with Social Repose. Unfortunately, she still has to deal with
Crisped
these
Rat
things.
became a member.
Speaking of
Crisped Rat celebrates 27 months of membership. Welcome to becoming old.
Listen, 28 years old is young. Stop saying it's old. On God, though, I really do look better at 28 than I did at 22 or 23 or whatever the fuck I was here. Unironically, this version of Diesel is like, what's wrong with him, dude? What's wrong with him? There's so much. I'm literally hotter. My skin is clearer. Okay? My hairline might be receding, but everything else has improved. Like, I don't, there's nothing else to say.
Of relationships, I touched base with Roy. I was put in contact with the other exes of Social Repose who haven't spoken about it publicly. Well, sort of. Roy's important because her timelines are close enough to some of these events that Roy overlaps with the other women I needed to cross-reference their testimony. This is when I was working on spirit science and most of my energy was dedicated to pretending to be a crystal-worshipping shaman, an accountant from New York.
Diesel, how does it feel to stare at yourself and feel the years rolling in? I see the grays coming in, and I respect you. Kill Twig Diesel. Listen, buddy, okay? The grays are stress-related, all right? It's not age-related. I looked it up on the internet, and doctors say that it's stress.
City. In my off time, I talked to the women to get a feeler and slowly moved from a story about magical crystals to a story about Social Repose's exes again. However, these exes ended up becoming anonymous sources later on. They had their reasons for this, unique reasons.
I've now told you the reasons. That is the update here. The reasons were stupid. Okay? I was being polite back then, okay? And not saying that the reasons were fucking stupid.
And I learned a lot more as time passed, so I'm gonna give you the abridged, alleged information of the women who don't want to be named. One of these examples of things I had to cross-reference was a fire extinguisher story, right? For example, this story happened with Roy, but I'll just let Roy say it.
And I also just want to preface that no, he hasn't hit physically any of us, but the violent tendencies are definitely there.
Oh my god, dude.
Things that I never.
No fucking way Richie said this. This is actually even funnier with time. Okay? This is so fucking funny. The storm is coming. Good luck. Bro, I would have fucking reamed your ass now, okay? Me now is much meaner than me then. I was so much nicer in these videos. But that is the most corny bullshit ever. The storm is coming. Fuck off. You make emo music for fucking 16-year-old girls.
Mentioned in my own video, which he tells this story completely differently because of course he does.
Dude, so many years removed, Roy is so fucking based. Roy is so fucking based. Okay, unironically, one of the best people I've ever had the pleasure of meeting over the course of me telling stories. Roy is incredibly respectful, incredibly like confident, and like her job and her career is like so fucking interesting. You know, it was just super sick, super sick.
But
and she went out of her way to get training so that way she could work on her stutter because she's a nervous stutter. And it's just fucking absolute A game of a person. Richie's a hilarious generational fumbler.
Getting into his car and we got into like a minor argument over a literal slushie. I just want to point that out.
Will you ever return to spirit science? I don't know. A lot of these videos that I do that I'm like really personal about or that I really have a bugbear for, maybe I just haven't figured out how to package those videos, but they don't perform as well. And ultimately my videos are dictated by whatever the audience wants to watch.
Whatever. And he jerked his car around in a full flip around in the middle of the road at night. And did it so hard.
I like how the stock footage I got from this is like clearly Africa.
That like I hit the side of the door, and the only funny part about this, because of course I was crying and freaking out and calling my mom. He like dumped me off back at his house and just drove off. But the karma in that was that he had a fire extinguisher in the back seat of his car that in the aggressive jerking motion fell over. And only after he dropped me off.
What do you think your younger self would think of your older self? I don't know, man. That's a good question. I don't know. I think I was more unsure of what my content would become. I think he would be proud that I finally like actually went and became a streamer, because that had been something I wanted to do for a long time and that I just couldn't commit to it, either because of my own self-loathing or something. But maybe he would also be upset that the main channel isn't really what he's doing.
And left. Did it trigger and go and
were you still racist when you made these videos? No, because I had slept with a big booty Latina, so I was better.
And the entire thing went off in his back seat. So his car was covered in like a 2-inch layer of yellow fire dust. And yeah, that was a thing, which he later lied to the next girls about how the dust got into his like vent in his car, and it made the AC stop working. And he claimed to them that it just like happened.
The other women, one named Blue and the other Green, also saw the fire extinguisher dust in the car.
So here's you want to know where those names came from, guys? I'll tell you. Let you in on the behind the scenes a little bit. The reason that they're named Blue and Green is because Roy has pink hair, and she called herself Blossom. So she was calling the other girls Bubbles and Buttercup, and that's why. Roy was like really trying to be like the morale booster between all of them, because a lot of them were like really exhausted, and like Richie had been just annoying the shit out of them.
Later, he hadn't cleaned it. Blue from the outset was a
Baba Booey.
Blue and green, what about yellow?
That's like the evil one, right? I don't know.
a lot more vocal and open and relate a lot of details about this. I knew going in Green.
I don't know if you needed to clarify Blue and Green were pseudonyms. I don't know. Some motherfuckers are stupid. Look, if I don't spell everything out for the lowest common denominator, the motherfuckers don't understand what I'm saying, because media literacy is dead. Unfortunately, I make videos for people that are stupid.
Was a quiet person and maybe was gonna back out of being on the record. I got the feeling they had some mixed
I haven't even put out an episode. The episode's not out. I'll do it when it's out, KJ.
Emotions about Richie, and of course Green backed out first. I understand they want.
All right, here's where we are. I should have landed on this video and what I want to do. In support of Roy and blank, I feel comfortable confirming the stores and timelines with this information. I'll do a private interview with you, Diesel, if you want to just have all the information at hand. I posted the screenshots I do have in Discord, so you have those, but I want all of those to stay private. I don't want any of my screenshots in the video because I made a promise to Richie during our relationship. I think this was the one that got in a new relationship with another guy, by the way. But yeah.
Wanted to live a quiet life. When I put out my Social Repose, the new Onision video, I actually heard Green's story, but I was asked to keep quiet about it in that time. Blue told me a lot more and gave me a lot of information about their relationship. Blue was an adult content creator, much like Roy, and this was a point of contention in the relationship. Richie would have...
That was another thing. Richie constantly was dating all these, like, alternative, emo, OnlyFans creators. But then he would always have an issue with, like, whether or not they were committing infidelity by posting their coochie pics online. Which, you know, in my personal opinion, I don't really think, like, fucking hitting your G-spot with, like, a vibrator is cheating, but I guess he feels that it is. He doesn't like that they're... Really, ultimately, the gist of it is that he doesn't like them making money. A lot of these women were independently making money outside of him, and he had a problem with that, in my opinion. Ultimately, those women could do whatever they want, but Richie feels that that's a problem. By the way, Richie would be complaining about whether or not these women were faithful, while he's always constantly got another revolving door of another woman behind him.
Allegedly used this...
Why date a sex worker if you don't like it? Which is even crazier. He would date a sex worker and then cheat on the sex worker with another sex worker, but then kind of like make the sex worker he's dating publicly feel like shit because, you know, I don't know, he thinks sex work is cheating, right? I think, like, I understand everybody gives, like, iDubbbz cuck, because people can watch his girl post naked pictures of herself or something online, but I think it only becomes like that when, like, it's not just, like, posting content. It's one thing to post content. It's another thing to develop a relationship with the customers. I think that's kind of, like, a little scary. The whole concept of paying for somebody to pretend to have social affection to you is just the most dystopian thing ever. And I totally see that it is like a thing that exists, that has probably existed before the internet, of course. You know, all this career in the world, prostitutes were confidants as much as they were anything else. But there is something to be said, and it's profoundly sad to see that people are foregoing real connection and instead paying for somebody to pretend to care about them. And there's a lot of that, and that shit scares me. Obviously, if that's your bag, get that bag. I know that would be like a hard limit for me. Like, I would be totally cool with my partner doing that, but I wouldn't be cool with them developing these faux relationships with like lonely men online.
Is an ultimatum, me or OnlyFans, for example. Richie would say how Blue ignored the relationship to only do OnlyFans. Richie would get annoyed because Blue wasn't providing enough pictures to him. Meanwhile, Richie was
unrelated, but did you hear about how Discord is going to require ID and facial recognition for age verification? What do you think of this? Okay, no. This is actually worth saying something. Okay. Discord and the wider internet requiring ID and facial verification is definitely a further step in the eroding of the anonymity of you on the internet. And you should hold on to that anonymity as much as possible and make your dissatisfaction known, okay? Now, that being said, I don't think people are going to move on from Discord. I think that Discord has ingratiated itself in culture so much that this is going to happen. We're going to have a few weeks where everybody's getting really irritated, and then everybody will continue using Discord. I don't think we're moving to TeamSpeak. I don't think we're moving to Slack. I don't think we're moving to any one of the other versions that exist out there. I don't think it's going to happen. But it is your data. You should have a right to it. It should not be in the hands of these corporations for eternity. And you need to make that known. And people need to seriously start calling their Congress and Senate people about this. Guys, let's all move to Slack. Whoa, guys is kind of gendered, okay? Guys is a really gendered term to be using in the Slack gen chat. How about you say folks? Folks, I'm trapped in the elevator.
was going into his office to work, where he would allegedly talk to other women. Sometimes,
unironically, yeah, actually call your reps.
While his partner was in the house downstairs, hanging out with the cat. If the story sounds familiar, that's because it is similar to what happened to Roy. Throughout all of this, Roy has been becoming similar to what Jacqueline had become in the past, being this somehow master manipulator. Richie allegedly discussed friends who ruined him, including Roy, being one of those that was much like Jacqueline, a master manipulator ruining his life. When in reality, all that Roy has been cooperative with sharing information and making sure that I can find reasonable testimony between these people. I say that Roy has been helpful in contacting these women because, quite honestly, I don't blame people for assuming that I'm some kind of sleazy 10-minute surfing commentator like Leafy or something. But, you know, once I would get in conversation with these women and I'd learn more about it, obviously everybody was more or less on the same page. Regardless, everywhere I went, other men and women mentioned anecdotes on how Social Repose can't stop talking about them, at least allegedly. Content creators like Johnny Gilbert, exes, and people who meet him in passing all say similar things. Even recently, Roy received messages where one day Richie wants to extend some kind of olive branch and the next he's exclaiming that a storm is coming. A recent message released from Carla doesn't make this discussion any easier either. Now, for my opinion on all this, because I've been really holding on to this information for a long time, and I recently got a ridiculous community guideline strike on the channel, meaning that I have 2 strikes. So if you'd like to support me on Patreon, please do, because this content is—
That's right, I was running a Patreon at the time. Crazy, holy shit.
time-consuming and emotionally taxing. Regardless of how you dice it, my past with Social Repose may help or hinder this reporting. How you take it is up to you. But I've watched them work and respond to quite a lot, honestly. And I lack the edgy energy I had pre-pandemic to do this L dancing thing.
Dude, I was... Oh my god, if only you realize how fucking exhausting everything was gonna get.
A paranoid part of my mind wonders if companies are doing this to give to the government to better feed surveillance systems.
No, this is 100% what it is. Every single time one of these corporations introduces facial ID, facial recognition, they always say it's to keep you safe, to keep the kids safe. It's either keep the kids safe or stop terrorism or keep you safe from outside actors. It's always a fucking lie. Okay? Every time it's happened, it's been a fucking lie. I'm not saying that those things don't exist and that there does need to be some actionable change. We also need to be present parents in our kids' lives. Okay, we need to be active community members, right? We need to, when we see something, say something, right? All that stuff, right? But a lot of the times, every time I see all this stuff, you know, oh, Ring is being integrated with Flock camera networks. That's terrible. We shouldn't have all this widespread facial recognition running throughout the entire country. You know, the thing is that Americans think that they're free and that they have all this privacy and all that stuff. Guys, no, you fucking don't. You fucking, like, laugh and yell about China, but you don't even realize that you're living in a lot of the same infrastructure that China already has. And instead of saying something about it or trying to stop it, you double down and go, yeah, we need more of this. And it needs to stop, okay? Because you live your life thinking it's not going on, but it is going on. And they're doing such a good job, you don't even know what's happening. Most of you didn't even know about the stuff where, oh, Flock traffic cameras are being integrated with Ring camera tracking in order to follow your car from destination to destination, okay? The police can get that information from you and then get your entire path from start to stop the entire day with not really any problems whatsoever, right? Diesel, I haven't seen your content in a long time, and your live just got recommended to me. I've been a subscriber since 2018. I was talking about how old I feel, so thank you for that. What's another thing with the Flock security cameras? Oh, Flock and Ring were integrated with ICE surveillance systems, so that way ICE could take that information and then track you, okay? And then possibly figure out who's an illegal immigrant based off of where they go. So maybe you shouldn't have Flock in your neighborhood. If you know if Flock's in your neighborhood, please go talk to your local representative to get it out. I'm sorry. Oh my God. That's okay. There's been a lot of, I'm watching myself right now, so.
On him, I just can't. My life is crazy, I'm dealing with family, and I got plenty to worry about. I can only hazard a guess, but I'm going to assume that he'll probably respond to this, considering that
So he didn't respond to this, which I felt very strange at the time, that he didn't respond.
Address some things that he probably doesn't want people to hear about. Next, I think some of this may be used as a smoking gun by people that are less credible.
Fucking call me the Oracle of Delphi, okay? Because I think I might be reading the tea leaves and seeing the future. It turns out this was used as a smoking gun by somebody less credible in the future. I'm so fucking good at this, okay? I think I am so tired of all these limp dick streamer Andys saying how fucking bad I am. Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm magic, bitch. I'm magic. All right? I've got the fucking twinkle in my fingers. Put respect on Unk's name.
Some people will take that information from Carla and assume this is the EDP moment they've been waiting for to make that video.
Oh my God, I'm fucking gas. I'm gas.
And I don't know if that's the case. I understand why other commentators might do that. However, I just wouldn't shoot the gun too early. I do think the information is important and you hearing about it is important, but I just don't know what to think of it personally. Carla's story is interesting and quite honestly, I believe her, but I just don't know what to make of it all. Others have used the age gap relationship thing to
being careful equals magic.
allude to his predatory manners, and I don't think that's a very productive discussion. People keep using this with creators online that age gap relationships are equivalent to being a pedophile.
Yeah,
Look,
that was another thing Riley's done, is that Richie dates women who are younger than him, right? And that, like, that's not reason for him to be a pedophile, right? I can't look at a grown woman who's 21 dating a 30-year-old man and going, oh, he must like little girls. That's not an argument.
If you're over 18, generally it's considered legal, okay? I understand that's not the point with Carla and that conversation she had with Social Repose, but I just want to understand the parameters of the discussion because people are calling for smoke when there's really no fire. To pull another example from another controversial content creator, if they're, say, a 20-something and they're dating Keemstar, for example, guess what? They're not a pedophile. Yet, at a certain point, I'd personally say it's weird. But to outright insinuate or to say something that somebody is a predator is bad faith and just stupid. Jesse Page mentions how it's creepy for a man in his 30s to watch her content about a teenager being LGBTQ. I don't know what in particular that insinuates, but it does propagate this whole narrative that, oh, it's kind of creepy, it's weird, and all that stuff. And honestly, it's getting way off the point of the discussion to have. Moving back to my history, I imagine these two things will happen next. So for
dude, she clip chipped this video for her own means. Dude, you called her stupid 3 years ago.
First off, I'm imagining that I'm probably gonna get a DM from Social Repose. If not that, there's no way he isn't gonna respond because Carla's story is pretty incredible as well as the other exes.
Dude, I
not
can't
necessarily
believe
making them
this.
look good
I can't
either.
believe I said this a year, like this many years ago. 3 years ago, dude. 3 years ago, I was a fucking 100% on point, dude.
As well as former
You
friends.
can't just call somebody a pedophile because they're in an age gap relationship. True. Okay. Like, I can't fucking believe this. I can't fucking believe this.
Coming out to speak out against him. So with that being said, Richie, when you do see this video, let's set some ground rules for how this is gonna go because I haven't made a single joke about you, so I expect the same respect. I respect that.
He respected me so much he didn't say shit, dude. Okay. Which was honestly the best move to play. Him not saying anything, the content died, dude. The content died because he didn't say anything.
You respect the women for not giving their names, right? Don't say it. Next, despite featuring Jessie in this video and even saying something critical of her, don't spend time in the video talking about her. I don't think she needs it, and I really don't think she matters all that much. I don't like her type of content personally. I have my own reasons for that, but it doesn't make it a sexy or fun commentary video because the content is so lukewarm. Lastly, I just want to say, you know, again, I haven't made a single joke this entire video. I've kept it pretty adult, so I know you're probably not, but let's try and keep it that way. Other than that, I think everything else is pretty much fair game, so let's see what happens next. So,
Easily you pre-fired on this video and scored a headshot.
Repose. Please, address all these things. I'd love to hear what you have to say. I'd reach out to you. However, I think you would assume...
Look, the thing is all of those messages are completely indefensible that Social Repose said. I don't think anybody's going to disagree with that. But, like, the things that Riley is accusing of go beyond those messages, right? So you need, like, very credible evidence to prove a lot of that, right? If you want to say he knew about Davi Vanity's... like promiscuous behavior and then partook in it with Davi Vanity, you need to provide like evidence of that.
That I'm going to make you look bad, but in reality, I think you're really doing that yourself.
I know in this latest video, Riley mentions me again like 3 times.
Now, without further ado, please support the channel if you can. Stuff like this is incredibly difficult to produce.
It is.
And I'm using a
I can't. Oh, I guess I am using a teleprompter in this one. I wasn't used to reading it then. It is very hard to make like journalistic-y videos. It really is. It's super fucking hard. Super fucking hard. I just can't do it all the time. I just can't. It's also hard to like find stuff. Because you're constantly like fishing for stories. And I think now at like 28, I just don't have the energy for that anymore. I think that's one of the things that changed.
Teleprompter.
I was really inspired. Like, while I went to go get a film degree, guys, I spent a lot of my extracurricular credits going to J school, right? So, like, I would go to film class. I wanted to work at Vice, right? I've talked about that before, but this is when I could finally make good and, like, take action on those things. So, it was, like, really important to me. The concept, I wanted to be like a Hunter S. Thompson. Like, I really did. Many such cases with that, but it's so fucking hard.
for the first time. So hopefully I'm not too stunted in this video, but I didn't want to veer off from my notes here because I didn't want to say something that wasn't fact-checked by myself or, you know, corroborated evidence from other things that I've experienced. With that said, guys, take care, be well, and yeah, I understand the comments are probably gonna get crazy in this one, so, you know, enjoy that.
Wow. Anyway, here's an hour-long video that Riley made regarding Richie about 23 hours ago. So, dodge the bullet there. I know, dude. I know.
Hi guys, how
I know. I'm actually gas.
are you doing today? I hope you are all doing very well. I have up.
By the way, I found out she has BPD. No cap, like for real. She has BPD. She has a video said called "How do I handle these videos while having BPD?" It's a Q&A.
Yes. And just when I thought the dust was starting to settle too, like seriously, yesterday I was kind of just, you know, in the evening watching TV, settling down, doing my thing, and I'm
You're just figuring this out. Look at her room, brother. Well, you know what? We can't judge a book by the cover, okay? We have to be better.
I'm like, you know what? In a couple days, this strike is going to be lifted. He hasn't provided the legal documents necessary so far. And then I open my email. And again, thumbnail, whatever, not clickbait. Yes, well, I don't know if he's suing me, but he's claiming he's going to if I don't bend to his will, basically.
Oh my god, this girl. Is there a Diesel's law for BPD girlies doing this? Can we have the I'm gonna invent one right now, okay? In honor of Turkey Tom skirting around the allegations, I'd like to propose a new thing, okay? The turkey coefficient. What's the medicine they give for BPD? What do they give for that? Is it they don't give lithium for that, right? The turkey coefficient, right? The higher the milligram dosage on BPD medication, the higher the probability that they will wrongfully accuse someone on the internet.
So what I thought I'd do, I did post a short about this yesterday, and I only showed a little snippet of this, and I said I wasn't going to show these documents.
They give antipsychotics or mood stabilizers, okay.
Him judging her book
Lithium,
by the
okay.
cover, a Silent Hill F and a Silent Hill 4 poster, some of the most mid games in the series. This chic has horrible taste.
I haven't played those games, so I cannot deduce whether or not it is bad taste. I haven't seen Paprika. I've heard good things. I hear Tokyo Ghoul like falls off. I don't know what Monster is. I like Soul Eater and Full Metal Alchemist, and I do enjoy the occasional Sanrio product. You know.
Documents in that short. That's because I'm actually going to go through these documents.
Diesel's law and the turkey coefficient is honestly so fucking stupid. The turkey coefficient is as follows. The higher the SSRI dosage, the more probable it is that the recipient of said SSRIs will wrongfully accuse a stranger on the internet.
Documents with you on video. And let me tell you, this is ridiculous. Like, it's so it's ridiculous. I've already went through this last night with someone who we went through it together, and like all of the claims and stuff. Like this is bogus. It's bogus, and it's hilarious. And look, I've been watching commentary YouTube for like the last
No, you haven't. No, you haven't.
last 15 years of my life. Okay?
No, you
She
haven't.
has the Colleen Ballinger annoying lipstick.
I have seen many cease and desist before. This is so sloppy and just it's almost defaming me a little bit, believe it or not, because whatever. Let's read this together. It's only about 5 pages, and trust me, it will be thoroughly entertaining. It will. Richie, you have no case.
Okay, you wanna Dude, she really wants to go to court, dude. She really wants to die on that sword, dude.
But you know that. But let's go through this together. So this February 7th, 2026,
it might be evil to say, but simply for the tea, I'd love to see these two go at it in court.
I'm going to block my personal information, obviously. Cease and desist. Richard Geese, aka
I don't know how busy KJ, we are actually going to like knuckle down on this soon. I was really worried that I was gonna have to like go back and like redo my research from that old Social Repose video. I was like panicking. I'm like, what did Diesel say 3 years ago that I emboldened this crazy woman?
Dusty must be hell in this room.
But it turns out there was nothing I needed to research. It was just that she was that fucking stupid.
Social Repose. Dear Miss, we represent Richard
Is she just gonna read it? Sure.
Geese, also known as Social Repose, with respect to false and defamatory statements that you have disseminated about
This
him
might be a real law office.
YouTube videos and elsewhere. Please direct all communications concerning this matter to me. It's too early in the video to say go F yourself, so I'm not going to say that. But
You can actually say go fuck yourself in like the first like minute. It doesn't matter. That's like a wrong.
Say that later. The purpose of this letter is twofold.
I just want to know if this is a real law office or if this is like a one of those legal Zoom online offices.
One, to demand that you immediately cease and desist from disseminating defamatory statements about Mr. Geese to mitigate any further harm to his reputation, economic interests, and overall well-being. And two, to advise you that Mr. Geese will sue you for defamation, invasion of privacy, and copyright infringement unless this matter can be quickly and quietly resolved on the terms described below. As you yourself recognize in one of your videos, if Mr. Geese can prove that what you have said about him is false, then he would sue you for defamation. Rest assured, he can and he will if you do not agree to his proposed resolution. Okay, so...
They look legit, Diesel. Oh my god.
First of all, you're not suing me for copyright infringement. And how I know this is because you have not presented the legal documents necessary to actually go through with this copyright infringement lawsuit.
Miss Not a Lawyer will now give law opinions.
Hence, presented the of all, you do not agree to his...
Let's go back. As you know, Mr. Geese has been a musician, performer, and YouTube creator since 2011. In addition to the thousands of fans who have attended his concerts, he has millions of social media followers. His public persona and reputation have been vital to his success as an artist. Mr. Geese has been careful to protect that reputation, as it affects not only his livelihood, but his standing in the community and personal well-being. Thus, Mr. Geese was quite dismayed to learn of your recent false and defamatory attacks on him in a series of lengthy YouTube videos that appear to have been viewed by upwards of blank. So this is very clearly not related to copyright and is very clearly a cease and desist, or we're going to sue you for defamation.
Proposed resolution. Okay. So first of all, you're not suing me for copyright infringement.
Yeah, no shit, they're not suing you for copyright infringement. That's a cease and desist, lady.
And how I know this is because you have not presented the legal documents necessary to actually go through with this copyright infringement lawsuit.
Because that's not a copyright infringement cease and desist. That's a cease and desist because you keep giving defamatory statements. What are you talking about? You're saying nonsense.
Hence why you're doing this. You're sending this cease and
desist. Okay, you're just saying something randomly uncorrelated for no reason. Okay, sure.
This as a last-ditch effort to control the narrative, to get me to not say the allegations or to just talk about you and Davi in general and all of this stuff, present your statements, all of it. You're doing this as a last-ditch effort because you...
I'm gonna have to make a video on this. I'm thinking I'm back.
You can't win that copyright lawsuit. You're not going through with it. If you were, you would have already presented the legal documents necessary.
Yeah, because why are you fucking talking about copyright? We're moved beyond copyright. The copyright strike was clearly false. Clearly. I agree with you on that. But we're talking about whether or not what you said in those videos counts as defamatory statements. And while I haven't seen the original video, and the original video is clearly gone, it is looking like to me that you just called him a pedophile, said he must have fucked kids along with Davi Vanity, and then moved on. New main channel video confirmed. Yeah, I don't think there's been actual damages.
He wouldn't win a defamation lawsuit either way because he would have to prove damages / actual malice.
That's true. That's true. I think the actual malice thing, I think you'd be able to prove that. Now, proving damages, I don't think this video and her videos have done enough to give any demonstrable damages to Social Repose. Oh, hold on. I gotta plug in my tiny little monitor here. There we go. Yeah, it'd just to be to ring her out in court costs. 100%. 100% it would just be to ring her out in court costs. Dude, we get fruit now? This is crazy. Fruit dancing. I am a toddler. I need my jingling keys. Here we go. Boom. And then we'll change this window to Brave. There we go. This will give me a hot minute. I'm gonna go fucking turn off my heat and refill my water before I will come back, and there will be fruit on the screen. Do not worry, your pretty little heads. I had to get some water. I'm I have my room nice and hot because I'm trying to like keep warm. It's like -2 out, so you know, Bob's your uncle, right? Oh yeah. Wow, this is gonna be a good one, isn't it?
And that 10-day period is about to end. It's about to end. So that's what this is. You can't prove that anything I said is defamatory, and this is something that I'm going to repeat. Look,
I think we're pretty. She's that dude. It's with malice, right? Like she has like a personal like gripe. Like her videos are like I'm exposing predators, right? She does like exposure predator videos, right? Hold on, this is gonna be. Oh my god, I have watched more than 200 of Cat Black's videos. I'm actually dying. Guys, I think she might be the wrong kind of woke.
Throughout this, because he says this many times, I can't defame you with your statements. So I can't.
But you've just like gone out of your way to extrapolate that he must have like fucked kids. That's the thing. That's what it's like. You don't need to say it, right? Like a reasonable person should be able to deduce what you're saying between the lines. When you say, "Oh, Richie, something must have happened when you were hanging out with Davi Vanity and he was molesting those people," right? You knew about the molesting. But why else were you not saying anything? Were you more than a passive observer to the molest? Like, that's what you're saying. Yes, yes. She's like, the vibes are off. He fucked the kids. Social Repose was in the files. That's crazy. I can't believe it. He really was. That's a joke. That's a joke. Richie would actually need to be famous to be in the files, okay?
Provide clips and timestamp, like transcripts and things like
The
that.
transcripts thing is also really fucking annoying. Your presentation of information is absolutely bananas.
Of your statements, and then relay your statements, as in
Core elements would be that the statements weren't substantially true and were an opinion, that they were published, it was posted with actual malice, and there were damages. Yeah, I don't think her videos even did any damage to him whatsoever. Zero. I really don't see that at all. Her content didn't reach a wide enough berth. It's not like she had a multi-million view video here exposing Jeffrey Epstein. It's not like she had a multi-million view video here exposing Social Repose, right? There's like a lot of that, I think, is like a big factor in this. I do think she personally is like grinding the axe against internet predators. She has like a whole big series on Melanie Martinez, by the way. There's a lot of her like content is based around this like survivor survivor retribution stuff. She herself, I believe, is like a survivor of sexual assault, and so a lot of her content is based around that. She also just started, which is crazy. Holy shit. Either that or she deleted a bunch of content, right? But if we're counting the numbers here, a lot of the content she's making is around predatory individuals on the internet. And I do think people who are survivors and make content around predatory individuals on the internet kind of struggle to do much. I think they really struggle to make this kind of content and do it in a way that is good. I think a lot of them kind of take this like retributive stance, like how Mama Max felt he needed to be like a Dark Avenger. I think a lot of people go into making videos like this thinking the same thing.
You know, I witnessed Dobby encouraging fans to take their tops off, to throw their shirts, and mind you, most of the crowd was underage. Those are your statements.
Max wanted head from Preds, though. I said Dark Avenger, okay? He's like if Punisher wanted to get a blowjob from the guys he shot.
You can go watch that video right now. These are your statements. The conclusions I draw from your statements incriminating yourself, saying you saw these things, saying it was known information at the time in the scene that Dobby was a creep, but that none of it was confirmed because, you know, statutory is a thing, as you put it so bluntly. You said it wasn't confirmed and this artist offered you a big tour.
Cameron Gerard Davis returns in Gay Punisher.
So me
starring Mama Max Striker.
Then relaying that you knew prior to going on that tour. You could technically argue that that's an opinion, but you sure as hell can't say it's defamatory because those are your statements.
Didn't his dog die recently? Yeah.
Actually, you know what? I should have done this initially, but I'm going to look up the legal definition of defamation.
Oh my God. Oh, guys. You know, like when there's a drama going on and we're watching two people beef, and then one person goes, let me go ask Webster's Dictionary. Every time somebody's like, let me go ask Webster's Dictionary, is like when they're in 9 rounds of a 10-round bout and they got their arms right on the ropes and they're really trying to keep their eyes open and the ref is there and he's like, I don't know, I might need to call it.
And we'll read it together. Okay, Cornell Law School, let's do this.
So technically he doesn't have to prove he's innocent exactly, but does have to prove the statements were factual, if that makes sense. The issue for Riley is that even after her OG video, which I'm certain was fine, right? She went on to extrapolate upon it.
Kimothy celebrates 30 months of membership. I've watched too much LawTube for
right?
this shit.
It's like even even if what she said in her OG video was fine, there's like some stuff that she said in her videos following that original video that are just like so fucking outrageous that they require like more, you know?
Defamation is a statement that injures a third party's reputation. The tort of defamation includes both libel, written statements, and...
But to be clear, none of us are lawyers, so, you know, and every single law tuber is like living in Belize and having sex with Thai hookers. Well, maybe that's just legal mindset, but I don't know.
And slander, spoken statements. State common law and statutory law governs defamation actions.
Quick, describe torts right now. Describe common law this instant. Should have gone to law school, but instead I'm some stupid fucking YouTuber. I could have gone to law school, but I'm just a little chud.
Varies in their standards for defamation and potential damages. Defamation is a complex area of a law, as the lines between stating an opinion versus a fact can be vague, and defamation tests the limits of the first...
Look, let's be real. If this goes to court, guys, it's just going to be like it's just going to be rich social repose beating poor ginger woman over the head with like millions of dollars of legal fees, okay?
Amendment, freedoms of speech and press. To prove defamation, a plaintiff must show 4 things. 1. A false statement purporting to be fact. 2. Publication or communication of that statement to a third person. 3. Faulting amount to at least negligence. And 4. Damages or some harm caused to the reputation of the person or entity.
So, yeah, so he would need to prove those 4 elements, yes. He would need to prove those 4 elements in order to, you know, win a case like this. But do you really want to spend the next 10 years of your life in a legal battle with social repose and then you not walk out the objective winner, right? If you go into a lawsuit against social repose and you don't absolutely body slam him, what does that say for your career as a commentary channel? Right? Like, I know we can all sit here and chat and, you know, kind of deliberate amongst the minutia of the law here. But the real killer for her is if she doesn't obliterate him in court, okay? Because she is a commentary channel, all right? If she doesn't walk away blowing him out of the water, her entire piece of credibility is gone. If she settles and has to quietly move on from social repose, why the fuck should anybody listen to her ever? Ever? Should she even be allowed to tell these stories if she doesn't walk away with 100% demonstrable win in this kind of scenario? Because she's staking a lot on this, right? She's going all in on this. Do we really? She's really betting it all, okay? So she needs to win 100%. Because anything less than that is going to be a huge blow to her credibility. Though I would argue that the guys who do the TikTok commentary stuff like her, nobody gives a fuck if they're telling the truth or not, or if they're factual, or if they do research, which is a humongous problem, by the way. But nobody gives a shit about anything anymore because society. But like in my world, this is like a death sentence. It's a complete death sentence.
Entity who is the subject of the statement. Okay, so number 1, a false statement purporting to be fact. These are your statements. I presented your statements. They are timestamped, there are transcripts, there are clips, there are videos. I mean, videos you've taken down, but it's all there. Like, how can you prove that to be false? Can you prove your own statements to be false? Can you do that? Because that's what you're gonna have to do. You understand this, right, Richie? You understand this. So when we go to court and we're in front of the judge, and you have to present these claims saying they're defamation, he's going to want to look at the evidence himself. He's going to look at these clips, and he's going to look at the timestamps, and he's going to look at the transcripts, and he's going to see that these are your statements. So can you prove your own statements to be false in court?
Why did those messages about them being an incel chud get deleted from the chat? I just checked their channel activity. Why did those get deleted? Ash has it out for the... Yeah, what happened? I'm sorry. The person that just hopped in chat that's named Puppy Girl Petrol Drinker with the Andy and Lele profile picture saying that's a pretty room is, you know, you do you, sister. Okay.
And even if you can, that doesn't
did we just nuke someone for being a child in chat? It's okay. We're allowed. Everybody's allowed a little pet chuddy in their chat. Okay, everybody gets a little chuddy.
prove defamation.
Some if you don't have a snicker, it happens. You know.
Because you have to prove that I did this with malice, and I didn't. And we'll talk about.
I'm pretty sure those were lyrics, by the way. Diorio plays an AI song. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know how to I don't know if you're in timeout. Oh, you're timed out. You're just timed out. I'm sorry. In Diesel's woke America, all chatters can get a little chuddy.
About that in a little bit. I should have also stated this too. A cease and desist, so for people that don't understand what that is, a cease and desist is not a court order.
It is not a court order.
Like a cease and desist, legally it's kind of considered like a courtesy. Like that's kind of what it is. It's basically a person saying, hey, stop doing whatever you're doing, and if you don't, I'm gonna sue you, right? So it's not compelling you, like it's not like a legal, like saying you have to do this. It's basically giving you a warning that if you don't stop doing this, I'm going to sue you. Legally, like I said, it's considered a courtesy. What it really is, though, what it actually is, and especially what it is in this context of like commentary and YouTube, it's a scare tactic. It's a scare tactic. This is a scare tactic. Like I said, this is a...
I would not be afraid of a cease and desist at all. I don't know who would ever feel that way, honestly.
last-ditch resort. This is a last-ditch effort to try and suppress this information because he cannot follow through with this copyright infringement lawsuit. Or he's not going to, apparently, and if he was, he would have presented the legal documents necessary. A cease and desist is not a legal document necessary to follow through with the copyright infringement. These are entirely separate things. So he's clearly not following through with that, even though he's claiming that he's going to. He's not. He's not. He would have done that already. So this is a last-ditch effort saying, hey, you can't talk about this or I'm going to sue you. That's what this is. So what else? So that was number one. Number two, publication or communication of that statement to a third person. I mean, yeah, I published that all over the internet. Duh. yeah, I showed your statements to the public. You posted your statements to the public. It was public domain. I just...
She's got to be really careful with what she says. I don't know if his videos would count as public domain.
Relayed what you had already posted to the public domain. Sure. 3, fault
unless the
amounting
C and
to
D
at
is from
least
Big Tendoage.
Yeah. Unless it's from fucking Nintendo, I don't give a fuck.
negligence. At least negligence. I did my due diligence.
I don't think you did, actually. I would argue against you doing your due diligence. Okay, because you keep referencing me as like a source when I deliberately said to specifically not do the exact thing that you're doing this minute.
I did quite a bit of due diligence.
I don't think you did. You watched old YouTube videos, okay? If you were really getting in deep on this, you would have reached out to the individuals that knew him at the time and started having conversations about it. I'm sure you could have gotten to know people and have conversations and speak to them and interview them like I did. But then that would actually require you to do serious, actual on-the-ground work. But you didn't do that. But that is a standard you want to have.
In fact, as you will see in that original video in a couple days when it is reinstated.
Yeah, we don't have like a back end for modding, so I gotta talk about it in a mod chat.
And it is viewable to the public again. There is no negligence. There is no negligence. It is not negligent for me to present your statements, your own statements, your own words. It is not negligent for me to do that. And then I went even farther to do even more investigating. I showed all of the steps, the whole process throughout that video. Like, that doesn't apply. That doesn't apply. You can't, because honestly, you can't prove your own statements to be false. You can't. And if you
Put me in the pillory if you no, Ash. You got enough of a cross to bear. It's okay.
can, then why did you say them? Why did you lie in 2014 and in 2020 when you made those statements if you can prove them to be false? If you can prove them to be defamatory? Why did you post them?
Her eyes scare me. I'm not even gonna lie. Her eyes scare me. She's got a real scary look in her eyes. She's like a I'll key your car kind of woman, dude.
Why? Why did you lie to the public? And if you did lie to the public, then that is not negligence. That is not defamation.
This isn't even a topic to be willing to go to court for, to be honest. I know. At risk of sounding old, I do feel like Gen Z genuinely puts the YouTube videos on par with articles from actual journalists. I think if you're a YouTuber, you should at least aspire to have some actual fucking code of conduct. And like do your best to do the work and do it well. I think there's a lot of great things we could take from journalists as YouTubers and implement it into our own work and life. But she did not do that.
I drew conclusions based on the evidence that you shared to the public.
And then, yeah, well, like you drew with a wide berth, okay? You stroked that pen with quite a large piece of paper, all right? And I do wonder how the two dots you connected really link up, because the distance seems quite large.
You allowed on your platform for over a decade for me to find. And number 4, damages or some harm caused to the reputation of the person or entity who is the subject of the statement.
She didn't cause anything.
So as far as damages, yeah, there was definitely some financial damages.
I don't think she's making it out of this one, chat. Well, as far as damages, based off of what I've said, there have been some damages. It's really easy to say no, actually. It was really easy to say that you did it. Oh.
Do you know why? Because you deleted, as you will put later in this document, as you will say, over 400 of your own videos following both of my last 2 videos. You can see it in real time on Social Blade. I will show that here. You deleted over 400 of your own videos and millions, multiple millions of views worth of content.
Well, it's not like the money goes out of his bank account. He would have already made the paycheck from that, I will say.
So yes, did you suffer financial damages? Sure.
I would nitpick that into oblivion if I was an attorney, dude.
At your own goddamn hand, you moron. You absolute moron. You absolute moron. Those financial damages are your own.
I will say this. It's quite the odd one to view Repsion as like your kind of like platonic ideal of an idol in this situation. Considering every time I think of Repsion, I think of a guy who used to have his shit together and now he just like smells like weed and rolls around in Star Wars Funko Pops.
Own doing. Oh, and not to mention, when you actually look on your Social Blade, you will see that you have not earned money in like the last year.
Social Blade isn't an accurate descriptor of how much money you make on YouTube. I'm sorry. Okay. Like Social Blade, if you're too new at this to know this, but like unironically, Social Blade is a horrible estimator of income and wealth. Have you considered he's a pedo in her eyes because of the way he is? Have you considered that, Diesel?
You have barely earned money in the last year. So what damages? Because you didn't have anything to begin with to get damaged.
Well, you seem to underestimate where he makes his money too. On top of that, okay, a lot of YouTubers don't make their income from Social Blade whatever. Why am I even debating this? Social Blade is inaccurate. There, end all of the conversation.
You didn't. And the stuff you did have, you took down yourself. You took down yourself. As far as harm caused to your reputation, sir.
I just want to see you go to court because I just want to see what happens at this rate. I'll fly out. I'll be in the room. I'll be in the gallery when it happens.
Sir, your reputation has been in the gutter since like 2016. 2017, if you want to be real technical, since you could argue that was when the Jacqueline Glenn stuff happened. So you could argue since 2017. Your reputation has been in the gutter forever. Presenting that in court will not be an issue. Will not be an issue. We have iNabber, we have SPS Diesel, we have Repsion.
SPS Diesel. Put some respect on my name, girl. Put some respect on my name. Will you testify for her as a credible source in court too, Diesel? SPF Diesel, fuck off, guys. Fuck off. Fuck off. She's calling on you all like the Avengers. Well, I think iNabber's a hack loser enough to have fallen for this dumb woman. That didn't sound any better. I was gonna say something. I was trying to like word that into a less sexist sentence, and I did not land that.
You have Repsilla covered.
Oh no, who will protect me from the dastardly UV rays? The humble SPF Diesel.
You over the years, like your reputation.
This could be your chance to box iNabber. Okay, listen. It would be wrong of me to destroy someone, but I definitely would.
Was already damaged. You know that. You know that. You know that.
I have confidence that Diesel can fix her. She is so not my type.
Emotional damages, like you might be able to claim emotional damages, but you've also stated.
Yeah, how about you keep making his case for him, you fucking long-winded talker.
In your own words, that you've suffered from severe depression most of your life, as well as self-ending thoughts. I presented
self-ending. Yes, he was thinking of fucking killing himself. Say it. Say it. Say it. End influencer doublespeak now.
Clips as well. So you already have depression. You already have mental health issues.
You already have depression. You already have mental health issues. A brilliant statement being said.
And in order to prove actual emotional damages, that's a whole process in and of itself. I think he would.
Yeah, she's too skinny. Diesel likes thick women. I have like a multifaceted taste. Okay.
Have to prove like.
That's a lie. Especially these days. I think it's because I'm so broke. I'm looking for like a woman to protect me through the winter. I need a woman who will eat a whole hamburger.
You know, like therapy and like things like that he's going to therapy, that he has diagnosed, like that's all its own complicated stuff. In other words, none of this meets the legal criteria for defamation. But let's continue through this document together to further demonstrate that. But just to give you guys a baseline understanding of what we're dealing with, okay? Already, none of this meets the criteria.
Oh, you really? Really? Would you like to stand 10 grand down on that? Would you like to bet money on it?
None of it. None of it at all. As you know, Mr. Geese has been a musician, performer, and YouTube creator.
He needs a woman big enough to cuddle him in the cold. Dude, I ain't even gonna lie. It's been so cold lately that like I'm actually freezing in my bed at night. Like it's crazy.
Since 2011. Yes, I do know that.
What kind of person orders a burger and doesn't eat the entire burger? People, I don't know. Look, let a man develop his fantastical ideas, all right? Let's not debate the specifics of this.
Do my homework.
Get a heated blanket, Diesel. That's a good idea. I'm afraid that if I use a heated blanket that I'll be electrocuted in the middle of the night. That's like one of my fears.
Don't you worry. In addition to the thousands of fans who have attended his concerts, he has millions of social media followers. His public persona and reputation have been vital to his success as an artist.
You don't eat an entire burger? I eat the entire burger, but I also don't have a burger very often. I had a slop bowl from a Chipotle today.
Mr. Yeast has been careful to protect that reputation as it affects not only his livelihood, but also his standing in the community and personal well-being. Yeah, you have been careful to protect that reputation. You have, for years, by copyright striking.
Dude, the way her eye like twitches a little bit when she was like, you have been careful to protect that reputation.
People. By apparently cease and desist.
You guys are Diesel's like, Diesel is cold, and you guys are like, Diesel, get a creature that you'll need to take care of for the next decade. It's like, okay. Did Nick Ikano ever soothe your desire? No, because he was a man with a penis.
I don't know if you've sent anyone else a cease and desist before. I don't think anyone's ever pushed you this hard to actually send a cease and desist, so maybe not. This might be a first. Am I going to be the first? Am I the first? Let me know, Richie. Let me know. You have all my personal information. Let me know. Let me know if I'm the first. Yeah, you do go.
She's Richie's first.
Out of your way to protect it. You
get a body pillow with a generator in it. I have a body pillow right now. I have one of my goblin body pillows. I also have We've done stickers with the Klebo. Ooh. And I put the stickers on my painting stuff. Hold on. I was making sure I wasn't showing anything naked. There we go. This this one was from a fan who was like, he was a little chuddy, I'm not gonna lie. Show the body pillow? I don't want to get up. Is your body pillow clothed? Yeah, all of our body pillows are clothed. Every time we talk to the factory, they like go, no, we won't do a naked body pillow.
People. You use intimidation tactics. You file false copyright claims and copyright strikes, which, by the way, is against the law. You do know that, Richie, right? You do understand that that is against the law. It is against the law to do that.
It is against the law to do that.
It is. Thus, Mr. Geese was quite dismayed to learn of your recent false and defamatory attacks on him in a series of lengthy YouTube videos that appear to have been viewed by
Yeah, I love the line, the factory won't do naked goblin body pillows. Yes, yes. Dude, it's really funny because the factory's in China. By the way, guys, if you want a body pillow made in America, it's going to cost you like a fucking, like an arm and a leg, okay? And it'll be the same quality or worse. But the Chinese factories, they'll be like, here's how the print came out. And then it's like a Chinese guy with a face mask, and he's standing next to a cover of the body pillow, and it's the most like horny shit you've ever seen. or it's like one of the it'll be like a photo. Here, this is like right by me. This is one of Toxic, right? Which is always strange because, you know, it's my homie. But there was like one that the guy sent us from the factory, and it was him holding one of them like this. He was just like holding it. He was like, here, is this good? And it was like, yes.
Upwards of 100,000 people. They sure have. They sure have. Thanks to you, Richie. We call that the Streisand effect. We call that the Streisand effect.
This lady loves throwing out dictionary terms. Somebody get her on, someone get her on what's the thing? Fuck. This joke would have been really funny if I remembered the game show.
That's what we call that. That's what we call that. In these videos, you have not only made false and outrageous allegations about Mr. Geese, his statements, by the way, but also
yeah, get her on Wheel of Fortune.
infringed.
You blew it. Yeah, dude, I had like a generational clip right there, and I ruined it.
Mr. Geese's copyrights, for which Mr. Geese has reported you to YouTube under the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, DMCA. This led to YouTube's takedown of your infringing video, You Don't Know Social Repose, a deep dive, part 1. As you indicate in subsequent videos, that takedown has caused you to try and retaliate against Mr. Geese by lashing out further with even more false and defamatory statements.
It's the back rooms with the Gooner body pillow factory. No, it literally looks like that in the images we get from the factory. They're all really nice, by the way, and they're all really professional. All right. This whole, like, China is our adversary shit is all, like, ridiculous. Granted, I'm a little bit worried about Taiwan, but, you know, we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Because, as you admit, you are spiteful. I sure am. Bitch, I sure am. And you're gonna...
Oh, my God. She is so gonna get fucking giga screwed.
Gonna find that out, don't you worry. And that purely out of spite.
I'm getting this is like a baby reindeer ass vibes I'm getting, man. I'm not even gonna lie.
Why are there brackets around the P? Is that supposed to convey emphasis? What's up with that? Like, out of curiosity, someone let me know, because that's really weird.
Because they're quoting you specifically, and in your clip, you might have cut off the part where you said P at the beginning when you did the jump cuts. So they're filling in the gap with the bracket. That's the point of that being there.
You are continuing to do this.
It's not for emphasis. You hack.
Damaging admissions that will haunt you in future litigation. You know what's going to haunt you in future litigation? Do you know what's going to haunt you in future litigation?
Guys, she's fucking crazy. I can't.
It was well-known information at the time in the scene.
Yeah, but they're not the case isn't whether or not Richie knew about the molestation. The case is whether or not you used Richie's statements to make defamatory statements about Richie. Okay? Richie doesn't need to prove shit. He doesn't need to prove that because the case isn't about that. It's the defamation. Okay? He doesn't need to prove whether or not that did or didn't happen. He needs to prove whether or not what you were saying was defamation.
Davi was a creep, but none of it was confirmed because, you know, statutory is a thing. And this artist offered me a big tour. I would just see these kids trying to get on Davi's tour bus, trying to get backstage, lying about their ages, and I would be like, where are your parents? I would see Davi encouraging fans to take their tops off and throw their bras on stage. And mind you, most of the crowd...
Yes, and those are things that Social Repose said. And Social Repose chose to tour with this person who was a bad person. But you take... Social Repose was a bystander to somebody who molested people and say, Social Repose, did you molest people? It seems like you molested people. Why don't you talk about this time, Social Repose? Is it because you also molested people? Because that is crazy.
Was underage. That, I think that will prove very damning in litigation, actually.
Guys, the court case isn't about whether or not he watched little children get raped. That's not what's going to be in the hot seat, okay? That's not what it's going to be about. Like, you have this... I don't understand why she thinks that, like, law and court is, like, this all-encompassing entity. When, in reality, court is about arguing the minutiae, especially in civil court. Right? Because the way that people win in civil court isn't over the broad strokes moral values of it. Richie could be an amoral loser piece of shit, right? But he'll still end up walking away a winner because of the way that the argument could be structured, all right? So it doesn't even fucking matter if he's like an amoral piece of shit because it might be something really specific. But you're treating it like they're gonna talk about Richie and Davi Vanity's relationship, and who knows, maybe at the end of it, Richie will go to jail. Like that's the way you're talking about it. It's crazy. Also, what is this fake fruit stuff? It's crazy. Fake fruits. Fake fruits.
That's what I think will prove damning. Yeah, Yeah. So if you want all of that in Discovery and even more in Discovery, which that, like, they're going to have to look through your devices.
I would love, go ahead, go to Discovery, go to court with him. Go ahead, go to trial with him, you fucking crazy person.
You understand this, Richie, right? If you do this, then they have to go through all of the evidence. They will see all of these videos. They will see all of these statements. Best case scenario, the judge laughs in your face. Worst case scenario, it warrants an investigation.
It's never gonna warrant an investigation. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? How many times does that happen? There's no way. There's no way. She's treating it like this is gonna lead to a separate investigation where what? The feds are gonna look into whether or not Richie is a fucking serial pedophile? What are you? You live in a fucking fantasy land. Okay, you live in a fantasy land. Cause even me specifically, I've gotten people dead to rights being fucking pedophiles. Nothing happens. All right. So if you think your Hail Mary is going to get to anything, you're crazy. Okay. Because we have over 3 million documents for the most powerful sex trafficking ring in the world and nothing's happening.
At least enough for people to look into it a little bit just to see if there's
You're crazy. You're crazy. There's no universe where that happens.
Anything there. So please, by all means, take your chances in court. Let's do this. Let's do it. Let's do it. I will present all of your statements. I will preserve all of the evidence, which you claim at the end of this. I have to preserve all of the evidence. Don't you worry. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's preserving goddamn evidence.
Okay.
Trust me.
All right.
And you know that. You know that already. Regarding your false and defamatory statements about Mr. Geese, they are numerous and quite concerning. In your video titled I Expose Social Repose as a Predator, which you posted on or about January 29th, 2026, you falsely accuse Mr. Geese of being a predator based on events where he was an opening act for the group Blood on the Dance Floor. In 2016, the lead singer of that group, Davi Vanity, was found to be a pedophile. No such finding, however, has ever been made about Mr. Geese, who is not a pedophile. He has never engaged in any illegal or inappropriate acts with a minor.
Oh boy. Oh boy. You know what's funny? This might be the second time I show up in court records.
Has never been accused by a minor of, much less charged with, acting inappropriately with a minor. He also never witnessed Mr. Vanity engaging in sexual acts with a minor.
Yes. Oh my god, this lawyer is producing a really good argument. She is so fucking giga screwed.
So this is kind of what I mean when I say like this document, it's sloppy, it's unspecific, like because
what do you mean it's unspecific? That's super specific.
Number one, I accused him of being a predator based on multiple things, not just the events with Davi Vanity. But
that was your main one. That was your main one. There's no way. Like, that was your biggest smoking gun.
The stuff with Davi Vanity, I didn't initially...
Diesel never wanted to delete himself from her bibliography so badly. Is this how professors or, like, doctors feel when they're referenced by, like, a undergrad in their paper?
We accused him of being a predator. I said I believe he may have seen things.
You accuse him of being a predator. Don't even.
Initially accuse him of being a predator. I said
I don't initially accuse him of being a predator.
I didn't initially accuse him of being a predator. I said I believe he may have seen things.
You notice how she worded it? I initially didn't accuse him of being a predator. So when he DMCA'd you, you escalated to accuse him of being a predator.
I believe that based on the evidence I presented where he claims he saw questionable things.
Dude, she seems like the kind of person who would defend herself in court.
I did not say he saw sexual acts. I did not say
You imply it. You imply it. I'm not an idiot. You imply it. Okay? Anybody who thinks that you don't imply it is like a fucking moron who wasn't listening to you. Okay? Because you would have to be an idiot not to realize that's what you're saying. You don't want to stand 10 toes down on some extreme allegation. So you limp-wristedly go around it in a circle saying, I don't know, let's look over there, let's look over there.
I choose my words very, 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 very carefully.
You're fucking crazy, lady. You're fucking crazy. You're a hack. You're a hack. You're a hack. I can't even believe you referenced me. You fucking incredibly ridiculous hack.
For this exact
I'm irritated that you've referenced me, right? At first I was worried, but now that I know that I've checked my I's and dotted my Q's and whatever, I'm good. You're fucking stupid.
reason. The other thing that I can't contend with this, because you say no such so Davi Vanity was found to be a pedophile. No such finding, however, has ever been made about Mr. Geese, who is not a pedophile. I have never said that he was.
You have never said that he was a pedophile? You said that he was a pedophile. You go, what kind of skeletons do you have in your closet? Right after mentioning his association with a pedophile. You're insinuating he's a pedophile by proxy.
Ever. I have never.
That's a lie. That's just wrong.
The word pedophile to refer to Richie in any.
Guys, are we seriously? This girl. Listen, lady. If you're gonna call him a pedophile, just call him a fucking pedophile. But stop trying to go around it like you're some morally righteous individual. Fucking, of course you watch Cat Black.
Of my videos ever, anywhere. I can't contend that point because I never said that. That in and of itself.
Please go to court. Please go to court. Please go to court.
Be considered defamation.
I don't even want to be on Richie's side. If anybody hates Richie, it's me. I have like just so much intimate knowledge of Richie, and I've listened to people cry on calls about him as like a partner. I've been there through it all. Through it all. I don't like Richie. Make no qualms about it. I am no Richie fan. But you're doing such a bad job here. Such a bad job. It's actually incredible how much of a fucking terrible job you're doing. You watch commentary? Like, that's crazy.
Because I never said any of this. I did not ever say that he engaged in illegal or inappropriate acts with a minor. I said predatory behavior, and I called him.
Yeah. What is predatory behavior, guys? What is predatory behavior? When you say predatory behavior, you're implying that the person is doing something criminal, okay? Like, predatory behavior is like I'm stroking my shit. I'm straight jerking my shit, okay?
A predator. That is a very specific term. It is a broad term.
It's a broad term? Yeah, I'm sure the lawyers will love that one.
Encompasses a lot, which is why I chose it. Not all predators are child predators.
Not all predators are child predators, but all child predators are predators. What's worse than a child? What's worse than a predator? A child predator.
And not all predators are sexual predators. Some predators are even like financial predators, for instance.
Financial? Guys, who's calling them financial predators? Bernie Madoff, renowned predator. Bernie Madoff, renowned predator. Yeah, financial predator. Oh, well, I guess.
That take advantage of others for different reasons. And predatory behavior, predatory interactions, that also
Jordan Belfort, renowned predator.
encompasses a lot. It's not the same as saying you committed rape. I didn't call you a pedophile. I didn't call you a rapist. I didn't even call you an abuser. I didn't call you a sexual abuser, a sexual predator. These words never came out of my mouth once. I made damn sure of that. For this.
You're so fucking mentally deranged. This lady is... Get up her lithium.
This exact reason. Because saying terms like or pedophile, that implies something illegal. That implies a crime.
So, predator, what? Does it imply crime? You just said it did.
That implies something specific. A predator, that is a broad term.
Guys, seriously, let's ignore what she's saying for a second here. If I say an internet figure on the internet a predator, if I call, like, any creator a predator, and then don't elaborate on it, what do we think? Okay? What do we think I said when I say this creator is a predator, period, end sentence? That's a...
Have you seen clips of Jabber from Gakiakota?
That's literally like a magic. You just casted a spell in my chat. Maybe she should look up the legal term. Listen, she's looked up enough legal terms for this video. Yeah, she called him a child predator and then edited the word allegedly right after. She watched a documentary on predatory behavior. It was Nat Geo. She thinks Richie's a werewolf and we live in a megaverse. I mean, look at her wall.
That is a broad term. It is not.
I can't even. This is such an her videos are so indefensible. I can't.
As specific as or racist. So already, like you're saying, like
you're obviously saying that as a predator, they'll be showing up on Earth to hunt the strongest warriors. Yeah. Would I call fucking, I don't know, Too Mad a predator? That's what I'm doing. I'm saying Too Mad's gonna come down from the K-hole in the sky and he's gonna hunt Earth's mightiest heroes. He's literally Camden Gerard Davis.
Making these points that I never stated. So the way this comes across is you just being defensive and telling on yourself.
I feel like I'm being gaslit. I feel like I'm being gaslit. She's like describing another thing that I didn't watch.
I never said that you did anything illegal. I didn't.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I chose my words very carefully and look.
You implied he committed crimes.
Not saying you haven't done anything illegal. Quite frankly, like I wouldn't be surprised if you did, to be honest.
Oh my god.
All evidence points to it, but
you know, I didn't say you committed a crime, but I wouldn't be surprised if you did, and all the evidence I have does say that you probably did. So you think he did, okay? So you'd swear under oath before court that you think he did.
Like, I never said that you were. I chose my words very carefully for a reason.
Guys, she chose her words very carefully for a reason, okay? If you haven't been able to first understand her, the first 10 times she said it, she's saying it again.
I did my due diligence. I investigated. Everything I
You
presented,
investigated?
Investigated. Even the fan interaction that was on camera with the fan you allowed to kiss your cheek. I went far out of my way to verify to see if that girl was actually underage. And I presented...
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
The fact that you were both wearing drinking bracelets, or at least what appeared to me to be drinking bracelets, and I went out of my way to state that that person was likely not, most likely not underage, but also over 21. So to say, like, there's no negligence here. I did my due diligence. I did.
Dude, if you just say, I did it, guys, I did it enough times, eventually the court will believe you, right?
I did. I did my due diligence.
I'm sorry. Are people really signing up to watch this fucking... I see this all the time. I see so many... Allow me to get on my soapbox. I think I do good work, right? I think I do good work. There's so many fucking shit commentary people here that get uber famous. And I just want to fucking rip it out of them like fucking Mortal Kombat fatality, okay? And she needs this all sucked out of her like a fucking social media vampire or something.
You saying you also never witnessed Mr. Vanity engaging in sex with a minor? Again, I never said you did. I never said you did. I said I believe
you implied he did very heavily, okay? There was no other way for my mind to go than to go, damn, you think he was in there with Davi Vanity molesting those children?
Maybe you saw more things than you allude to, than you claim, right? That I believe that you may have saw more. You say you saw girls trying to get on his bus. I'm saying, well, yeah, I think you probably saw more. That's an opinion. That's not a fact. That's not a fact. That's an opinion. You are allowed to give your opinions. That it's not defamation to have an opinion. I did not state that as fact.
My opinion is that I cannot believe that Riley was on Epstein's island. That is my opinion.
I said that is my opinion, that I believe based on the evidence, not just the evidence of the statements you made, but also some of the evidence of all of the...
This is like if I went, it is my opinion that Riley is a Shotokan because she likes Omori. Okay? That's where we're at right now.
Other musicians at this specific time who did see those things, who claimed they did witness those things. You seem to be the only one that claims they haven't. And you also seem to be the only one trying to hide all of this stuff and trying to get my video and channel taken down for daring to speak up about it. I never said that you witnessed him engage in sexual acts with a minor. I never said that. I can't contend, like, I can't defame you with statements.
Don't bring Amori into this. But that's, I hope we all understand my argument when I do that, right? Like,
I didn't make. You're putting these words in my mouth. This is so, like, this is ridiculous. This is absolute bogus. This is absolute bogus. In your January 29th video, you falsely claim that you have exposed Mr. Geese as a predator based on information you do not provide, along with information that, on close inspection, does not support your claim. You falsely claim that Mr. Geese engaged in predatory interactions with...
Would it shock you to find out her most played games are Silent Hill F and the Silent Hill remaster? I think she may have a bit of a bugbear with predators.
fans without any factual support. I did provide factual support. That fan interaction I presented is factual support. You can be of the opinion that...
Oh my god, dude. She's like clutching really hard. Dude, Richie, I know that you probably won't take her to court and you're like a stupid limp dick. Just do it. Just do it. Just pull the trigger. Pull the fucking trigger.
That doesn't mean anything, but that interaction shows...
Yeah, dog pack. We have a new girlfriend for you. Jesus.
Him attempting to meet up with someone he was hoping was 16 who turned out to be 15. Me saying that's a predatory interaction... That's not, like, again, predator is a broad term. These are broad terms for a reason.
Notice how in that video I didn't make it social repose fucks kids. And then I didn't say that at all in the video.
For a reason. Attempting to...
Notice how I said this isn't evidence of him being a serial predator.
Meet up with minor fans, which you've done on record. Is a
She says that predator has like a wide definition, and then she goes on to say that predator applies to specifically somebody who predates on young people.
Predatory interaction, in my opinion.
She's hurting my brain so much I'm revoking her Sanrio girly rights. I know that this is really funny. I can tell that this topic has like touched some specific emo community because I have like people like you're not a chatter I've seen here before.
I mean, there's like there's plenty of things that fall under predatory interactions. Again, predator is a broad term. It encompasses... Predator
is a broad term. Only describes predator in the context of predating on young children.
A lot. You could say just the act of...
Lamau, no, I just changed my name. Predator is someone with eyes on the front of their face, not the sides.
Grooming by itself is a predatory interaction.
Are we gonna... We're like deviating in levels of predator. It's like, what's the difference from predating and grooming? All groomers are predators, but all predators are groomers.
You could make that argument, and plenty of people have. Plenty of people, you know, look at people like Miranda Sings as a predator, even though she technically has not, like, committed a sexual act against a minor. Well,
but didn't she send her underwear to a minor? Wasn't she like telling minors about her relationships and sexual encounters?
Well, you could argue that Trisha Paytas sending the new... that's a whole other can of worms. But the point is, like, a lot of people still consider her a predator, even though she technically, to our knowledge, has not committed a crime. But there were multiple instances of what many people have described as grooming behavior, which is considered predatory. Hence why she...
So all groomers are predators, but not all predators are groomers. Okay. She also described her partner's parts. Well, you know...
is referred to as a predator. So that, like, again, like you say, without any factual support, that is factual support. In mine and many other people's personal opinions, attempting to meet up with a 16-year-old minor fan calling her baby, doing that is predatory. That's not the same as saying
Guys, she has won the argument because she performatively shrugged and looked around the room looking to see the people who were telling her that she's wrong, and she did not find anybody telling her wrong.
someone.
I know, it's been 23 minutes of an hour-long video.
That would be defamatory. I did not say that. And you're trying to act like I did, and I didn't. In your video titled Social Repose Wiped His Content, This Is Everything He Doesn't Want You to See, which you posted on or about February 1st, 2026. Was it February 1st? I thought it was the 31st, January 31st, whatever. You falsely claimed that content that Mr. Geese posted many years ago and that remained publicly accessible until recently somehow supported your
We should get her in contact with Courtney Orchard. I don't think I want to develop another rogues gallery of mentally ill losers.
Claim that Mr. Geese is a predator and that Mr. Geese privated the content for that reason. None of that is true. So then he's going to go on to explain why.
I feel like she's going to go down the list of YouTube predators and she'll become a fixture in other commentators' cycles when she inevitably cites their videos. Yeah, here, let me tell you where I'm at, chat. Let me tell you where I'm at. So this lady has obviously invoked me. Okay, she is clearly not cut out for this. And it is clear that she will do this same mistake again. Right? So here's the question. Do I make a video on it? And throw my hat into the ring? Or do I put my hands back and go, I'll let somebody else take this? Right? Because I'm pretty sure if I did a video responding to this, I'd blow her up. 100%. And she would fucking freak the fuck out at me. 100%. But also in the same respects, she's doing such a bad job that part of my soul refuses to let her walk away from this. Yes, but maybe keep it blunt and short. I don't know. If you could give her advice, what would you say? You can't to never go off script. Never go off script. She's clearly... I'm surprised she's not seen your streams. Oh my god, she would have already lost her shit. I would have already been in a YouTube video, man. I would have already been... She will sue you with $0. Alright. Make a YouTube short. I care that little that she gets max 2 minutes of my attention. Do it so you can collab with Richie and become besties and do land acknowledgements together and matching headdresses.
Exactly, he privated the content. This is hilarious. Shortly after Mr. Geese reported you for copyright infringement...
Yeah, who says she hasn't? She hasn't... No, here's the thing. If she saw this, she would have said something by now. I would have known already. Somebody would have told me, right? Yeah. Maybe she's making a video about you as we speak. I would not want to get in a fight with me. I'll win.
He decided to remove around 400 of his videos from 10 to 15 years ago from his YouTube channel. Something he had been meaning.
That's a stretch, by the way. What the lawyer's saying there, I 100% don't believe that for a second.
To do for some time. Yeah, you were meaning to do it for the last 10 or 15 years, and you just conveniently did it literally the days I uploaded my videos. You can see it on Social Blade. This is ridiculous. Like, this is hilarious. This is absolutely hilarious.
It would be funny. It would be funny if her video had no bearing on his actions whatsoever. Don't say that. You'll bring out her Betty.
That a lawyer even agreed to.
It's true. I would win. I have no doubts about that. There are harder fights than her. 100%. I've had harder fights than her.
Like, say this is like hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious. He did this primarily for 2 reasons. First, this would prevent you and others from co-opting these videos for your commercial use as you had done. In other words, this would prevent people from sharing the evidence. This would prevent people from sharing the evidence of your statements.
Yeah, this whole part that the attorney is saying in this cease and desist is obviously fucking cope and completely untrue. He wanted to clean up his act, and she gave him... She was so bad at presenting her evidence that she gave him the green light to remove it and hide it all. And also in the same respects, of course, he'd want to remove himself from Davi Vanity's orbit.
Where you claim you witnessed questionable things on the Reckoning Tour. Your statements in which you knew it was well-known information at the time.
Another member for the Sinister Six. Yeah, here's the thing, though, is that Scarlet Reaper would never team up with a woman.
That Davi was a creep and it wasn't confirmed, so you still went on tour. Like that is what you're trying to hide. That is what you don't want people to share the evidence of that. They're not co-opting it for, like, you had it on your platform. You've said for yourself for the last 10 to 15 years. You did not care about it until then. All of a sudden now it matters now that I brought it up 15 years later. Sure. Yeah, no, that's bullshit. Everyone, like, come on. Seriously, this is ridiculous. Second, this would prevent you and others from picking through and distorting these videos and harassing him over content created many years ago that has outlived its usefulness for Mr. Geese, who in recent years has focused primarily on his music. Not by choice, that's because you lost your YouTube career for all of the crazy you've done.
He could make content just fine. The channel's so old that it doesn't generate that kind of click. The entire ecosystem of YouTube has changed. You're not going to be able to get viewers on a vlog on the basis of your personality being really affable. You need to produce something more interesting. People's attentions are fickle, so that's why the Social Repose channel has died. It doesn't have anything to keep anybody there.
I can't distort these videos. I did not distort them at all.
I would argue that you did 100%. You paint a very vivid picture of who Social Repose is.
At all.
I'm gonna fucking make a video on this. I can't fucking resist the urge. And
if you could prove I did.
I'm gonna need to see her original video that was taken down, though.
If you could prove that I took your clips.
I have to do a lot of note taking. This is gonna be the next thing that I do for the next 2 weeks, I think.
Your statements out of.
I was gonna be doing a Marina Joyce video, by the way, because I was looking at her kidnapping and all of that stuff, the kidnapping, and I wanted to do a video on that. And do like more historical retrospective drama videos. But I can't. This one fucking gets me. I can't.
Context, then you wouldn't be taking down those videos. You're saying they're being distorted and you're not providing the actual proof, the actual full context of the video for people to look at and formulate their own opinions. You're like, you are like so manipulative. And it bleeds through even the cease and desist. It's actually crazy. It's crazy.
You're drawn in like this is the Green Goblin mask. She just couldn't keep my name out of her fucking mouth.
Crazy. Your contention that Mr. Geese removed allegedly incriminating content that he created and put in the public domain. Yeah, exactly. They're your statements, you absolute moron. And that have been in the
She's bananas.
Public domain and freely available.
Dude, I'm gonna reach out to her for an interview too. And I have 100% feeling that like it is instantly gonna turn into a giga debate.
Available to you, his millions of followers and others, because he had something to hide, is nonsensical. If he had something to hide, why would he have posted it publicly in the first place, let alone left it there for upwards of 15 years? Exactly. That's my question. That is the question I asked you. If you had nothing to hide, why did you remove it? Why? If you had nothing to hide and you left it up for 15 years and you knew that there was nothing weird about it, there is no reason why you need to be removing it now. Literally, this.
Most of this video is her filibustering, dude. I feel like she's repeating herself quite a bit. Yes, Leppy. Like, she repeats it so much that she just says nothing. It honestly, the more she repeats it, the less value the words have.
Lawyer's name is David. David, you're a fucking moron.
Yeah, you go ahead and say that to the attorney. I bet you that's going to help you a super fuck ton.
David, you're terrible at your job. You just got done saying how he removed this content and that it's not incriminating.
Oh my God. Yeah, this attorney is bad at his job. Yeah, go ahead and keep doing that. It's going to work wonders.
And then you're going on, well, why would he have kept it up for 15 years then? You're right. So why did he remove it? Why? Why, if I took him out of context, why would he remove the videos that give the full context that therefore would prove that I am being defamatory? If it was up for the last 15 years in your own motherfucking logic, then why is he suddenly removing it the days I upload my videos?
How long
Why?
is this video?
Because
It's
he
an
has
hour long, guys. It's an hour long. She spends an hour on this cease and desist. I don't think she gets on to anything else. She really does spend an hour talking about the cease and desist. That's incredible. I thought I was long-winded. I'm actually quite... Is chat egging Diesel on to make a video on her, or are we live watching Diesel's thought process when he makes that choice? No, chat's not egging me on. I have been genuinely thinking about this as I've been off camera too. I am genuinely trying to think about whether or not I do or don't. But now that I've seen what I said in the past versus what I feel now, I feel emboldened to make a video on it because she's so incredulous and her ego is so massive that it irritates me. Okay, guys, donate to Diesel so he chuds out. I will chud out if you donate to me. That's so true.
Something to hide. You are a moron. Both of you are morons.
I 100%, if I do a video on this, here's what I'm going to tell you here. I'm going to make a fucking prediction. I do a video on this, she claps back. She claps back, the whole video is going to be about, guarantee you she would talk about what the fuck I've been saying on stream has been mad sexist. 100% going to do that, right? She's going to say that I don't actually know what I'm talking about, right? She, I would be surprised if she says something defaming about me. I would be surprised. But if she wanted to try and get a shot in, she would 100% try and get a shot in using probably if I was making a video on me
membership. All right.
From the perspective of being a woman creator, there's like one of two ways she would do it. It would either she'd have to like portray me as like some deviant, and she'd bring a legal case about you for reading chat like KB did to Beckett. I could feel her definitely angling on a sexist angle, on like I'm an actual chud angle or something. I know I keep saying chud a lot today, but she'll no, because the Gooner stuff, Pinker, would be cause for her to call me an actual deviant, right? For her to actually try and like demonstrably tell that I'm a deviant, right? And by her doing that, she could then beat around the bush and just pedo jacket me. 100%. 100%. She would 100% just try and pedo jacket me. And she would try any which way, especially if she went the deviant Gooner route. I don't think you're using logic here. I don't think she's using much logic right now. She's mainly running on emotions and outrage. Yeah, that is a good point. That is a good point. That is a good point. I can't even disagree. You know, but when you sit down, allow me to sound like a big brain here. When you sit down to play chess against an opponent, you have to assume they know all the moves and they're going to make all the right moves. Prepare for the worst, you know? What up, Jazz? It's been a minute. Very poggy. He's very poggy. She'll call you ableist for the BPD stuff. All right. All right, motherfucker. Get in line. I got a new diagnosis of ADHD. Let's go neurodivergent for neurodivergent. Unfortunately, I have hyperfocus for this one specific thing. All right? Hell hath no fury like an idiot with hyperfocus on something stupid and pointless.
In fact, David, Richie, you're both morons. You're both morons. You both have half a brain cell and you put them together and even that one brain cell can't come up with you are contradicting yourself in these two paragraphs. What is wrong with you? Why is it that I could do your job better? I could do your job.
Oh my god. Go dark woke on her.
Better than you can. This is pathetic. This is absolutely pathetic.
Dark Punisher be like, I love sucking dick and shooting people.
You should be embarrassed. Your repeated claim that Mr. Yeast removed content demonstrating he is a predator.
Her bedroom and empty void eyes scare me. It's really, I don't know which chatters are the girly pops, but it's really nice to see that a girly pop of a chatter is saying that, because then I know that my fears are well founded.
Is categorically false and actionable, then do something about it. If it's actionable, then do something about it. This is f***ing child's play. I don't play child's play, I play real games.
I don't play child's play, I play real games. Fortnite, zero build, competitive.
I don't want these f***ing cease and desists, these little f***ing strikes.
You must think that you're so hard, girl.
If you can actually prove that it's categorically false and that it's actionable,
What? You gotta be fucking shitting me.
then my God, do something about it.
I am licking my lips. This girl is so fucking ridiculous.
If you could prove that, you would be doing it right now. You can't, which is why you're doing this. This is a waste of my time. This is a waste of my time. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. The fact that you even had the audacity to do this after seeing both of my videos. You do see. So here's the other thing too. I might as well point this out now. So a lot of people have been commenting on my, my reels and my shorts and even like my videos saying that he's deactivating his accounts. He deactivated his account. That's not what he's doing. Every time people have said this, I've gone and I've looked him up myself and I can always see his account publicly available to me. What I'm realizing, based on what people are saying that they're blocked within minutes of commenting on his social media, is he's watching my social media. He's watching everyone who comments.
I would love to know what Social Repose is thinking right now, dude. I cannot. I know we hate each other, Richie, but like, please, I need to know.
Likes and who reshares my reels and shorts, and he's blocking them. That's what he's doing. You are stalking my social media. You are stalking my social media. So if there truly is something actionable here, then why haven't you done that yet? Why? Why? Moreover, Mr. Yeast is under no obligation to allow you to pick through his many hours of videos to prove a negative. Rather, you have a legal and ethical obligation.
Yeah, one of her eyes is like squinting a little bit. It was like twitching.
To broadcast defamatory statements about Mr. Geese or anyone else for which you do not have factual support. Again, I'm becoming redundant.
You know how to get her to respond? Ask Richie for a follow-up interview.
The defamatory statements in question are your own client's statements. They're his statements. I can't defame him with his own statements. I'm not the one who said that I witnessed Davi Vanity encouraging underage fans to take their tops off and take their bras off and throw them on stage.
I know, an unlikely team up. You know what I heard recently, Chad? I heard I could buy a cameo from Yandere Dev. I know we're not supposed to touch the poop, but I don't care. It's funny. I would love a cameo from Yandere Dev.
I did not, like, those are his words. I relayed his words to the public. His words that he already posted to the public domain that you are claiming he's not trying to hide, and then also defending the fact that he's hiding.
Yeah, he's on cameo instead of finishing the game.
Literally.
Can you please get one for your main channel outro?
In the same breath, back
He
to
would
back.
never, I don't even know what, he can't know it's me. If he knows it's me, he won't do it.
As far as factual support, again, like your statements are the facts.
It needs to be something like, "Hello, little guy."
These are your statements. Can you prove your own statements to be false? Even if you can, you would have to prove malice on my part. Malice.
It's not malice. It's not malice. You constantly sound like you're angry.
I took your statements and I made inferences based on your statements. That's not defamation. And as you'll see, we're already 3 pages in. He's not being specific. He's not calling out any specific points I made. And normally in cease and desist and in these, he would be specific. You notice how he's not specifically
Does he even need to be specific? I feel like he doesn't really need to be specific. Right? It's a warning, right? They're just trying to set up the argument. They get specific once you get to court, but that's just like an overview on the basis of what their argument would be.
Referencing the things I said about him witnessing things on the tour, the stuff about
It'll be like when you got a cameo from Cobra. Oh my God, yeah, that's right.
he knew Ash Costello had spoken out, the stuff about witnessing fans to take their tops off, seeing fans getting backstage. And by the way, all of that is in my last video, and it's also in my original video, which will be up soon. But if you want to know more and you don't want to wait, just watch my last video to see all of that stuff. I provide transcripts and screenshots like that. What do you, these are like you gave me the evidence. It's not like malicious of me to look at the evidence and make inferences based on that. So this one is good.
Dude, she spent this entire video has been her repeating the same
You falsely
sentence.
claim in your videos that you have incriminating content that you have not disclosed that demonstrates Mr. Geese is a predator. False.
Yes, yes. That you've said that you have the evidence, but then won't post it. And then you keep like vague posting, okay, about the videos that you have downloaded.
I never said that. Again, these are like, you can tell that this is Richie's like defensiveness and his paranoia. Like,
you're fucking crazy, lady. You're fucking crazy.
Reading through this document, because I never said that. I said I've received claims and allegations. I said there are things that people don't know. I did not say the words you claim in your videos that I have incriminating content that
I'm gonna need to comb over all of her videos with such a fucking fine-tooth comb.
Not disclosed that demonstrates Mr. Geese is a predator.
I can't not do that though. I want to do it. I want to do it because I know that's the experience of watching these videos, and her just walking around like nuh-uh drives me up a wall.
I never said I have evidence that demonstrates he's a predator. Now, I'm not saying I don't, but I'm saying...
Now, I'm not saying I don't. What the fuck do you think that means? Listen, I'm not saying I have evidence, but I'm not saying I don't have it. I'm not saying I have it, but I'm not saying I don't have it. So you have it. No comment. So you have it. I'm not saying I have it, but I'm not saying I don't.
These, like, in the cease and desist and in these documents, if you're trying to go through with this defamation lawsuit, you have to be specific. You have to take specific quotes. You have to cite very specific quotes out of my mouth and show exactly how they're defamation. When we're in court together, the judge is going to ask you to read these statements aloud. So you're going to have to say this stuff again in your own words like you did in your video. You are putting words in my mouth. I did not say this. I choose my words carefully. These are not things I've said. Your failure to disclose that material makes those statements actionable under applicable law. You don't know. See, this is the thing. You don't know what I know or what I have or any of it. And you can't call it...
You don't know what I have? You know, the key to playing your cards right is to not infer what your cards might be. All right? I'm deliberately doing a show of force by saying and streaming about this, okay? Because I know that I could play the cards really close to the chest and quietly produce a video without saying anything publicly. But I feel so confident that I come on stream and talk about how outrageous I think this is. Because I feel that confident in it, okay? So I don't even need to play my cards close to my chest. I could, but I don't even have to.
Defamation when I haven't defamed you, aka I have not verbally come on here and said whatever I know, and I also have not said it in written statements. Like you can't, like, you're like, what you're about to say is defamatory. I haven't said it yet. You don't know what I'm going to say. It's not actionable. Things that I haven't said yet are not actionable.
Dude, this is why Bad Bunny had nothing but POCs in his halftime show, okay? You don't get this stuff with POC women, man. Oh my god.
If you're saying that you've committed a crime, and that if I know that you've committed a crime that it's actionable, you don't know what I don't know. You don't know what I know. You don't know what I know. You don't. You can't.
You don't know what I know. You gotta stop.
claim what I know is defamation when you don't know what that is. I didn't claim at all that I had evidence of you committing a crime. I choose my words carefully. I never said I had evidence of you committing a crime. I'm not saying I don't. I'm saying I never.
I never had evidence of you committing a crime. I'm not saying I don't have evidence of you committing a crime. Well, you can't do both.
Said those words specifically. Again, you have to be specific. You have to be specific. This is not specific. You cannot keep saying defamatory statements and not elaborating.
It's a cease and desist. What did you want? Like a fucking 4,000 word essay, dude?
Moreover, all of that supposed material, along with anything you have obtained in response to your solicitations, including any confidential communication with followers, will be discoverable to Mr. Geese in litigation. Great. Sure. So you better prove that you are taking my ass to court, because you will get those claims over my dead body.
What the fuck are you on about? Let me run that back.
Material, along with anything you have obtained in response to your solicitations, including any confidential communication with followers, will be discoverable to Mr. Geese in litigation. Great. Sure. So you better prove that you are taking my ass to court, because you will get those claims over my dead body. Until then.
So she's saying that she has private communications with fans that prove her allegations against Richie, and that the court will look to discover those if she's taken to court. And she's like, I'm not giving that to you unless you take me to court, and I'll fight you tooth and nail for that. I'm repeating it for myself so I understand. We should all understand what I'm saying. Okay, so that's interesting. And that also makes it sound like she does have something that she's holding close to the chest. But arguably, from her perspective of content creation, she would have published that already. So either she has something damnable and she's not posting it, which would be an indictment against her, or she just has gossip and hearsay that she's gotten from audience members and she doesn't want Richie to know about it.
They show up with handcuffs, only then will you get that information. So you better
show up with handcuffs? What the fuck? It's civil court, lady. What are you gonna do? Not show up when you got a summons?
Better be more than prepared to take my ass to court. Because
this lady's like, I'm not gonna show up when I got a court order.
You're not getting shit from me, but you'll see it in my next video. It'll be discoverable there for you.
This lady is actually like on a warpath. I wish I didn't have a day job, because if I didn't have a day job, I could just focus on this stupid shit.
You also falsely describe an innocent interaction between Mr. Geese and an underage fan who contacted him. Far from doing anything nefarious, I didn't say you did. Mr. Geese simply asked the fan about her age to ensure that he was—
I'm gonna show up in this court case. Oh my god, I might get a court summons, chat. Dude, I'm being referenced in the C&D. Yeah, those chat messages are completely indefensible, Richie.
behaving appropriately, which is what I said. That's what I said. I said both in my original video and in my last video where I go through some, the evidence and the stuff that he's apparently trying to hide. I said that. I said there are no explicit images or text messages exchanged in this interaction. I said what we do see in this interaction is Richie trying to verify this fan's age to make sure she is 16 and not 15, so that, yeah, he can behave appropriately. Which in my video I said go beyond platonically, and then in my last video I said to do God knows what with a minor fan. I never said that you were committing sexual acts. I never explicitly implicated you saying that you committed a crime. I didn't. I didn't. I said the opposite. This is what I mean. When you're trying to say that, like, this is defamation because of negligence, I did my due diligence. I was very honest about what the evidence actually entailed, and I showcased the evidence too. That is what I said. And yes, many people would consider that predatory. Yes, I consider that predatory. It is. It is. You were
Dude, Gen Z be like, I consider everything predatory. You want to go on Hinge? Predatory.
willing to meet up with a 16-year-old. A 16-year-old is a child. Whether or not they can consent under the law in that state does not matter. They are a child. You are attempting to meet up with a child. So by all means, let's present that in court. Let's do it.
The court case isn't about whether or not he fucks kids. That's the problem.
Let's do it. And when the judge asks you what you were planning to do, you can let them know what exactly you were planning to do. That'll be fun. I can't wait to see that.
The court, this lady is actually signing her own death, dude.
I can't wait to see you explain that shit in court. Moreover, your claim that he engaged in an extensive exchange with this fan is belied by the very document you reference, which simply shows a later outreach to inform the fan about an upcoming concert. Even a cursory inspection of this material demonstrates—
Whoa, to be clear, by the way, I will fucking republish those entire chat logs again. I will go find them and then re-put them on the internet. I showed them in their totality, but that was not a simple conversation about a concert. There's no universe where Richie should have been having that conversation.
the falsity of what you have said.
That is a deliberate misinterpretation of the evidence I presented.
So an extensive exchange, again, that's my opinion. Right? It started in November of 2014 and went into 2015. Those were FPS Diesel's words specifically in—
I'm gonna have to kill her, chat. I'm gonna have to put her down. I'm gonna have to do it.
the clip that I showed. That you, like, with the fan interaction that you are referring to. I had to rely on FPS Diesel's coverage because Richie scared this girl initially into deleting all of the evidence. It's still preserved in this FPS Diesel video, hence why I had to rely on his coverage. He is the one who pointed this out. Me saying extensive, like that.
Notice how I didn't accuse him of being anything in that video, right? Notice how I avoided doing that.
That's an opinion. What are you going to say in court? Oh, it wasn't extensive interaction. It was just a mild interaction with a—
I'll fucking go find it again. You hell hath no fury. Dude, she's like, every time she's like caught dead to rights, she'll like invoke my name as if it's some get out of jail free card. Actually, why aren't you going after this other guy? He did a video a long time ago. You did this, Diesel. No, 100%. The only reason, I feel like part of the only reason this journey has occurred is because she saw my video.
16-year-old minor fan in November 2014 during the Reckoning tour and again in 2015. Like, what? That's not defamation. Nice try. You're stupid. You're both stupid.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be your fucking shield.
I've invited Mr.
Diesel, when are we getting another Epstein stream?
Geese to contact you to refute your false allegations. Mr. Geese has no interest in debating the matter with you in a video that you can then distort and monetize for your own benefit. So in other words, you can't defend yourself. You can't defend yourself.
So he should get into, this is crazy. This is crazy. Him not wanting to talk to somebody he doesn't believe is in good faith, reaching out to him for conversation. He doesn't need to talk to them, right? That's not an admission of guilt because he doesn't want to fucking talk to you. I don't understand why you think he should have to talk to you. He's under no obligation to do so.
You know I'm right. You can't defend yourself. You can't defend yourself. I can't distort, like, they're your own words. So if you can present evidence that shows that what I am saying is false, and in your own words you can explain yourself, I can't distort that. I'm saying I will platform your response. That's not a distortion. How do I
don't believe that you would present it without distorting it personally.
Distort your own words? Again, I can't, like, these are your words. The judge is going to make you read this aloud, Richie. You're gonna have to present all this.
I love that you're absolutely going to be in the lawsuit if there is one. Go for number 2, baby. Number 2.
You're gonna have to show
Number 3 if Yandere Dev ever gets arrested. But I don't think this is gonna happen. The government's ran by pedophiles, apparently.
the videos in their entirety, where you will see that it literally does not change the context of those isolated statements whatsoever. Not even remotely. Not even remotely. Mr. Geese knows what he has done and not done, and knows what the facts will show and not show. Then prove it. Then prove it in court.
Oh my god. She's like, take me to court. Fine. Fine. I think she underestimates how expensive court is. What is she expecting her audience to just foot the bill?
That's what you would be doing right
Diesel
now.
got to pick out his Sunday best for the lawsuit.
If you actually had
Oh boy.
that evidence, you would be taking me to court. You would not be doing this stupid child's play and wasting my goddamn time.
This lady is so Sephiroth posting.
He also has witnesses who will corroborate his account. Oh, really? Like who? Like Hair Jordan? Like who? Who? Like all your Predator friends?
Yeah, I'm sure that's gonna save your ass, huh?
Brian Stars, Jeffree Star, Davi Vanity, Shane Dawson, Onision, Lucas, Austin Jones.
Yeah.
Control,
He has definitely made very bad bedfellows.
Riff Raff, which I learned of that, by the way, too, that he has allegations. And then yesterday I found a
Riff Raff. Would you like to state your name to the court? Riff Raff. Mr. Raff. Just Riff Raff. Mr. Raff, can you please describe your relationship with Mr. Geese? He makes music. Imagine being in a room with Jeffree Star and Riff Raff. I'm sorry. All right. Not to water. Do we really? Listen, man. I don't think nobody's looking at Riff Raff and going, "Oh my god, what an upstanding individual." Okay. I would be like of the opinion that Riff Raff does like nitrous oxide outside of a 7-Eleven. Okay. I'm not expecting him to be a good person. All right. Like we're not fixing anything.
picture of them together too. Correction, he has 9 known Predator associations.
So what does this mean? He's like homies with Riff Raff, or he just ran into Riff Raff in the garbage bag dimension where Riff Raff lives? You know?
Not 8, 9. Hilarious.
Like I just, who gives a shit? It's Riff Raff.
Hilarious. Are those all your witness friends that are going to defend you in court? My God, this is going to make history.
Dude, she's crazy.
YouTube history if this shit actually goes through.
Dude, this lady's licking her lips. I'm going to make YouTube history.
Oh my God. He is confident that the facts will demonstrate that you have defamed him. Indeed, you even acknowledge in one of the videos that your claims about Mr. Geese are weak legally. So, that's not defamation. I did not accuse you of a crime. If I accused you of a crime, and then I said that, then yes, that would be defamation. I did not accuse you of a crime. I did not say you committed a crime. I chose my words carefully. This is ridiculous. The evidence being weak legally and therefore not being a case to prosecute is not defamation. These are not the same things. Not enough evidence is not defamation. These are very separate concepts. They're not the same. They are not. Oh my God, what is wrong with both of you? This lawyer, is this even real? Like, honestly, are we sure this is not ChatGPT or something? Because what lawyer would actually write this out? And like, I don't even have to be a lawyer to see all of the holes in this. Like, this is ridiculous.
Yikes, her original video wasn't too bad, but this has been bad.
Under Maryland law, defamation consists of false and defamatory statements by a defamer legally at fault that causes harm to the subject. They cite a specific case, blah, 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 blah. I'll show all that here if you want to read it, but this is just a bunch of legal, stuff referencing specific cases and whatever. As a public figure, Mr. Geese would have to prove that you disseminated the false and defamatory statements about him with actual malice. It says this in the document. That is, with knowledge that they were false or with reckless disregard of whether they were true or false. I presented your statements. We've already established that there was no malice here, that I did my due diligence. Not only was
So, like, malice isn't about whether or not you did the work or not. Malice is about whether or not you're doing it with intent to cause harm. Like, malice isn't on the basis of how much work you did. It's like whether or not you had like a bone to pick with the person.
there not malice, but there also wasn't negligence. And you know what? I'll insert this here just as more proof. We know that it's not malice because I actually uploaded a short, like a few weeks before I even uploaded my original Social Repose video, while I was researching for Social Repose, while I was researching for that video, I posted a short in real time where you can see me discovering this evidence and being...
This argument for malice is ridiculous. Okay? This argument against why she was like a malicious actor is ridiculous.
Shocked and dismayed.
Yeah, the short doesn't make any, like, that's like ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
You put it in upset and angry and all of it. You can literally see it in real time. So, of course, per usual, I am researching for my next video.
Dude, this lady is fucking nuts.
And in my
Holy
Q&A video,
shit.
I said that my next video would be the Social Repose deep dive because that is the one that I saw in the comments that many of you said you wanted. So I'm researching. And I am furious. I am furious right now at some of the stuff that I am discovering in this research process. Don't get me wrong. I had followed Social Repose.
Yeah, what? Dude, I'm furious. Okay. Well, guess you were malicious.
Right? But like, I didn't get super into Social Repose until my teen years, which would have been like, 2015, 2016, 2017, maybe 2014, but I don't think it was quite that early. And I discovered him through his, his covers and things like that, right? And that was before the Onision, the Jacqueline Glenn, all that. We haven't gotten there. But anyways, I didn't know, for example, that he was very buddy-buddy with Davi Vanity. And
not to be that guy, and I know she was bitching about it, but like, we all knew that. But the takeaway with all of that was that he looks the other way for social capital gain. Not that he fucks kids. Again, I know I'm repeating myself. It's so sad seeing her fall so hard. Want
to spoil anything?
But
there's just...
And I would have boxed Onision too, but I was busy going to BronyCon.
a lot more to this than I thought, than I was prepared for, which is fine. Oh, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. It's just gonna make for more content. But I guess I
feel like the birth of short form content and the constant like phones around us have caused this constant and ever present like performance that people do. Like, I feel as if everybody is pretending to act shocked about things. I don't even feel like she's really shocked. I don't ever feel really shocked when I discover or like learn anything anymore. Like,
didn't know. I guess I just didn't realize how much more to Social Repose there was than just the cheating and the cultural appropriation. So yeah, stay tuned for that. In fact,
Onision's just like a side character in this plot, Andrew, because I'm talking about Social Repose actually.
Might end up being a two-parter. We're gonna have to see. You can hear me say, I knew about the cultural appropriation, I knew about the cheating, I didn't know about Davi, I didn't know about any of this stuff, and I am furious. That is not malice. I'm sorry, what? How does that absolve you of malice? None of that absolves you of malice whatsoever.
This am I crazy? I can't even begin to follow her train of thought. Like I literally can't even follow the train of thought with that one.
That is not malice. That is not negligence. That is
yeah, it's not negligence. It is malice. I would argue it's malice.
the opposite. That literally proves the opposite.
What do you
said this stuff and I believed it and I had evidence to support it, and anything I didn't have evidence of, I stated as my opinion. Actual malice includes statements that are made with subjective awareness and probable falsity. There's no probable falsity. These are your statements. Can you prove your own statements to be false in court? You can't. You can't. Mr. Geese is confident that he can prove that you acted at least recklessly in publishing the false and defamatory statements about him. No, you can't.
I would argue that you did act recklessly. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely.
No, you can't. You can see in that original video, I did my due diligence. I played devil's advocate every opportunity I had. I played devil's
I shouldn't have even left a comment on that video.
Advocate and tried to defend you.
I left like a comedic little jokey comment because I was mentioned. I shouldn't have even done that.
Every opportunity
I do not support this woman's fucking mission.
I had, and then I showed evidence that contradicted that. The things with the fan kissing you, I went out of my way to show that that girl was probably not a minor. I wasn't accusing you of interacting with a minor. I said I wondered if those interactions were common because they were common with other predators at the scene. In the
oh my God.
Time.
I'm not saying you're a predator. I'm just saying you did a lot of things that a lot of predators did. You know, I'm just saying, you know, you walk like a duck. You talk like a duck, but I'm not saying you're a duck.
I did not implicate you of a crime. I did not accuse you of a crime. I went out of my way to and I saw that you were both wearing white bracelets. I said these are likely drinking bracelets. I never accused you of anything with malice or negligence. Ever. Ever. It's that's provably false. That is provably false. What you're saying is provably false. I did not say anything with probable falsity. They are your statements. The actual malice analysis allows for examination of the state of mind of the speaker in consideration of a speaker's
oh my God, dude.
malice or ill will towards the subject. Yeah.
The state of mind of the speaker.
You're gonna clearly see you're gonna see me and my BPD emotions and the fact that I'm not saying this with malice. You can see that I believe what I say.
You're gonna see that I'm fucking crazy.
I am very passionate. I am a very passionate person. To a fault. To a fault. It gets me in trouble. It annoys people. It upsets people. People don't like that I'm emotional. People don't like
that you're emotional. Yeah, it's because you fuck up. You're stupid. You're an idiot.
That I'm opinionated, but I am.
Yeah. I don't care that you're opinionated, okay? All right? Nobody gives it's that your opinions are ridiculous. And you're like an unfounded crank, okay?
These are my qualities, okay?
Those are your qualities? God damn. Well, somebody should throw you in the fucking nut house and throw away the key.
Believe what I say. I do my research. I am thorough. I present evidence.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
To back up all of my claims. The things that are my opinion, I state plainly as my opinion.
You're a hack. You're a hack.
I did my due diligence. I did everything I needed to do to
if she
ensure
repeats it enough, it'll become
that I
true.
was doing this in a way that was not defamatory. You have not cited any specific examples of defamatory statements ever. The things that you are claiming are defamatory, like the fan interaction and stuff, that's not defamatory. You could argue that that is a predatory interaction.
Sometimes it's good to remove emotions from talking about things publicly, especially on these type of topics. I have BPD. I ain't about to do a video on someone because I know I'll be crazy, lol.
Again, predator is a broad term.
Predator is a broad term, but only describes a predator who fucking predates on children.
Is a broad term. It's not the same. It's not a specific crime. In your videos, you admit that you are continuing to defame Mr. Geese out of spite and in retaliation to Mr. Geese's filing, DMCA filing, and the impact of the DMCA takedown has had on your YouTube channel and livelihood. You admit that you are hater number one. That's in the document. He wrote hater number one in the document. I cannot believe this. That's hilarious. I sure am. I sure as am your number one hater.
Dude, I swear to God, the pandemic unraveled the minds of so many Gen Zers. Okay, I feel like if we didn't have a pandemic and we weren't like developing all these young people in a socially stunted environment, that we wouldn't have so many creators like this. I feel like there's an overabundance of creators like Riley, especially now, and it is so fucking frustrating because I think it holds the whole medium back so much.
If you have no haters, I'm dead, Richie. The rest of your life. You will feel my wrath for the rest of your life.
Okay,
like,
Sephiroth, all right.
Metaphorically, like on the internet, through research and exposés. Obviously not. Like, that's not a physical threat. I'm sure you will try to skew it as one, but that is not a physical threat.
We know. You couldn't take him in a fight.
Obviously. But seriously, yes, I am hater number one. You are right. Also, I did not admit that I was continuing to defame him. I said I'm going to continue talking about this. You're not going to silence me.
Dude, this is like she wants to ruin her own life via internet drama. I don't know of another way. Yeah, the Lewis McClung archetype.
Not proven anything I've said to be defamatory. You're not citing any specific defamatory statements. You're full of shit. Because Mr. Geese expects to be able to prove that you published the defamatory per se statements about him with actual malice, damages are presumed and recoverable without proof of actual harm, although such proof readily exists. You mean like the millions of views you deleted from your own channel to hide your own tracks? Those damages? Is that what you're talking about? That's your own doing, you fucking dumbass. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Such proof readily exists, then show it. Then show it.
It's a fucking cease and desist, lady. God.
Show it. You can't prove that I did anything with actual malice. You can't prove damages. You can't prove any of this. You literally cannot.
All right, let's go to court then. That's what Richie's gonna say. Richie can take you to court. Absolutely. Richie, take it to court. Take it to court. I want to see where this goes. Go to court. Let's see this. I want to see this play out.
Prove any of this. You can't.
I know. Why are they always Ginger? If I had a nickel for every time a Ginger commentary channel overshot their shot, I'd have 2 nickels. It's weird that it happened twice.
Damages were your own doing. You took down 400 videos, multiple millions of views worth of content. That's your doing. In addition, with proof of actual malice, Mr. Geese will also be entitled to punitive damages against you. And then he cites some specific thing. I dare you. Try. You will fail, and it will be hilarious. It will be hilarious. This is going to be a Repsion Onision 2.0.
You're crazy.
Make history together.
We're gonna make history together. God damn, lady.
Fun. Presented with.
We're gonna make history together. This is your life. You're ruining your life. This is not internet drama. He is making it real.
The evidence of your repeated, malicious, and defamatory statements about Mr. Geese and the substantial harm you have caused, we expect...
I gotta, look, I don't want to approve of Richie's shitheel behavior. But I'm gonna throw my hands up and say, if it happens, let it be so.
Maryland jury would have little difficulty ordering you to pay Mr. Geese a large amount...
Look at the description of the video. Let's make history together. Dude, she's Joker posting, dude. This is the fucking Riley Quinn over here, man. Fucking Harley.
Out in damages. So here's the thing. Are you sure you want to take this to trial after the Epstein files?
Let's be clear here. Social Repose is a niche internet micro-celebrity. Jeffrey Epstein is a billionaire financier who ran probably the most successful and evil child sex trafficking ring on planet Earth, while he conspired with other billionaires to uproot the entire middle class and multiple countries around the world as they conspired to build a world where they were in charge of everything. Social Repose makes emo music for teenagers. Okay? Okay? Jeffrey Epstein knew some of the most powerful people on planet Earth. Ghislaine Maxwell was an heir to a billionaire fortune, and her father was an agent of the Israeli intelligence service Mossad. Social Repose makes emo music. It's equally as bad, yeah.
You sure you want to do this right now? You really, with this timing, are you sure? Because I think a jury is going to have a really difficult time looking at the evidence and not feeling a certain type of way, like the rest of us feel. That's what's going to happen there. That's what's going to happen. So by all means, let's release the files. Let's release all the files, the Social Repose files, to all of them. Let's do it.
Oh, okay. The Social Repose files, guys. I know we were making jokes about the Epstein files with this, but it is actually crazy that we are at this level. I think we have transcended Diesel's law. Okay? This is a case study in Diesel's law, the likes of which we have never seen before, okay? This is quite literally a modern day equivalent of Godwin's law. I cannot.
Let's do it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I need her to stop staring at me on God. Do you think that she like moisturizes her eyes or something? Cause motherfucker, don't blink.
I'm calling your bluff. Go ahead. Do it. Do it.
Dude, are your eyes dry, ma'am?
You will lose, and you know that.
Okay.
Us to mitigate any further harm to Mr. Geese, we demand that you cease and desist from any further tortious. Dude, you're so out of your depth. We demand that you cease and desist from any further tortious conduct towards him.
Tortious. Dude, media literacy is truly dead. So is regular literacy.
Immediately. Your failure to do so will be evidence of your maliciousness towards Mr. Geese. Go f*** yourself. It's not evidence of anything.
Torch
you have not
yeast.
proved anything. You're full of. Mr. Geese is prepared to take legal action to hold you accountable for the substantial harm you have caused to his reputation. Standing in the community. You have no standing in the community. In what community? The predator community? Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, you have no standing in a community. What, the predator community? Oh, guys, she's just talking about all kinds of predators. Financial predators, power dynamic predators, child predators. But they're all separate kinds of predators.
Got great standing there. Yeah, that community, sure. You've got great standing in the predator community, sure. Economic interest and overall well-being
standing in the predator community.
well as your infringement of his copyright.
Dude, it was crazy how Jeffrey Epstein was like, I really like I don't know why he's like a gabagool Tony Soprano type. He doesn't sound like that at all. I really like that Midwest emo music, Peter Thiel. And Peter Thiel's sitting there. Well, in the world of bits, I really do like emo music too. It's really great for eating babies too. And Elon Musk is at the other end of the table. Oh, wouldn't it be funny if he wore a headdress? Oh. That's what happened. That's what happened in those dark back rooms.
Material, and he has the resources to do it. No, you don't. You don't. You to be doing.
Oh, girl, you underestimate the money he may have.
It right now. If you did, you don't have the resources to do anything. That's
do
why
you really want to call his bluff on that? Do you really want to call his bluff on that? He made his fucking fortune in the early days of YouTube. You do not want to call one of those people's bluff because they have generational wealth for days. All right? There's a reason that Tobuscus can just fart around and be a loser.
Doing all this. That's why you're doing all of this BS. You don't have the resources. I'm calling your bluff. I'm calling your bluff.
Yeah, that's a crazy gamble. That's a crazy gamble, dude. You think you're fucking Bond sitting down playing against Lashif, but you're not.
I'm calling your bluff. You don't have these resources. I looked at your social blade. You haven't made
That's not a good frame of reference whatsoever.
any money in like a year.
That's not a good frame of reference, and he's huge on TikTok, lady. He still performs.
Your little TikTok money, your little TikTok money, you still have your followers. You still have your views. You do. I haven't taken any of that away. I haven't. I haven't. I literally haven't. However, in the interest of moving on and avoiding the time, expense, and distraction of litigation for all involved, Mr. Geese is willing to resolve this matter with you now in return for the following. So these are his demands. These are his demands, right? He's saying,
why is she assuming he hasn't invested any of the money he made in the past decade? I know.
you need to do these things or I'm going to sue you. These are his demands. 1, remove post. You immediately delete all references to Mr. Geese in your videos and elsewhere. Go F yourself. 2, no future disparagement. You refrain from spreading false, defamatory, disparaging, and or derogatory information about Mr. Geese, either publicly or privately. Once again, go F yourself. No. 3, prevent re-uploads/republications. You take the required steps to prevent the downloading and republishing of your videos about Mr. Geese by others. No. Fair use. There's this thing called fair use. You posted those videos to the public domain. I have the right to criticize them.
No. He wants you to take responsibility for taking other people's videos down. So when I use your video in my video, he wants you to take the responsibility for DMCAing my video. That's what he's asking for there.
I have the right to give opinions. I have a right to use those clips to give opinions, to support my statement, to...
This is just wrong. This is not what he's saying.
To transform...
He really needs to go to an attorney.
Give new meaning to the material, use it as evidence to prove other statements and other claims I made towards you.
I'll give new meaning to the fucking material, don't you worry.
And you know that. If it didn't, you would be following through with this copyright lawsuit. It falls under fair use. So
not a copyright lawsuit that you're being threatened with right now either, but
yourself. All 3 of these things you can go F yourself. I'm not doing any of that.
You can go F yourself.
Legally obliged to, and you're full of In short, Mr. Geese wants you to leave him alone. Mr. Geese wants you to leave him alone. This would not be happening if it weren't for you. Don't get me wrong. Am I, grateful like that I'm like my video was number 18 hyped like that? I just got the notification
Oh my god.
Morning. You guys got that video to the number 18 out of the top 100 hyped videos on YouTube. That is insane. Thank you so much. But seriously, Richie, that would not be happening if you weren't doing this. You tried to silence me. I told you were not going to silence me. You tried to delete the evidence. I presented the evidence with screenshots and transcripts because you were trying to say you were going to copyright claim me, whatever. I would have done my second video and this would have been done with.
Who gives a shit? If you post good content, who gives a shit if your video's hyped, you fucking green guild motherfucker?
I did not go out of my way to bother you. You caused this. There's this thing called the Streisand effect. You did all
Guys, there's this thing called the Streisand effect. God, fucking kill me.
To yourself. And now, not only are other channels reacting to it and my videos are getting hyped and it's getting all of this attention.
You're screwed.
That it probably honestly would not have gotten in the first place had you not done this.
It's true. I would not have covered this if he did not take down your video. But I ain't rooting for you, sister.
Had you not done this, not only that, but honestly, a lot less people would have probably tuned into that. Like, I gotta be real, like, because most people already know, at least what they think they already know about you, the cheating, the cultural appropriation, the way you treat your partners, the fan that came to your house, like all that stuff, right? People like already know that. So for that reason, a lot less people were probably going to be enticed to watch that 2.5 hour video to begin with because they already think they know everything they need to know about you. Hence why I titled it, You Don't Know Social Repose, right? Hence why I titled it that way. But now But now
Her link tree is full of affiliate links. I think she did this for the bag, which is fine, but she should own that. Yeah, I mean, we all gotta make our bread somehow, you know, shit. I'm sitting here reacting to the video. I'm making money off of donos and shit. But I don't think people are gonna be buying her vibrators that she's got linked on her link tree. Because they just watched a video of her yell about social repose for an hour. God knows what makes me wet is someone yelling about social repose for an hour. I go, damn, I gotta throw some money on a dildo right now.
everyone wants to know. If you look at comments, which again, I know you are, I know you're stalking my social media and blocking anyone who's commenting, liking, resharing in real time.
I would not be surprised if social repose was watching this video, rubbing his hands together going, I know I got this in the bag because Diesel's not on her side.
know you're reading all of this. I know you can see the internet
I miss your original coverage. Did she bring anything new to the table, or is it just BPD girl coverage of everything we already knew? So what she did was do a video covering her old covering the old affiliations with other guys that got exposed as being predators in the emo community, which there was a lot of, mainly because emo content sways to the younger side. So he associated with other creators that ended up being exposed as pedophiles or sexual deviants. And she uses that to insinuate that maybe he is also a pedophile and sexual deviant. That is what those videos are. Okay. But my original coverage didn't cover that specifically. I knew of it. I was aware of it. But like he had already gotten raked over the coals for simply knowing those people. So it would be a waste of my time and everybody else's time to belabor the point of going over the history of it. So my coverage relayed over the course of his stuff related to his relationships. And it was all about his recent relationships at the time, because I was covering the current drama that he was in, which is now ancient history because it started 7 years ago. So this is ancient history, but I was covering it as it was new. So she takes my video and ties it to her old rehash stuff and uses my shit as an example for why he must be a serial kid diddler.
Up behind me.
In the video, I say there isn't enough evidence specifically for that thing.
know you can see the internet telling me to start a GoFundMe so they can pay for my legal bills, which,
yeah, I'm sure you'd want that, huh?
by the way, that's going to be a last resort. Like, I have to know for sure that he's going through with this before I'll feel comfortable asking anyone for money, especially right now with the state of the world. Thank you guys so much, but that has to be a last resort, which is why I have not done that yet. And on top,
if she does get sued and there's a fucking GoFundMe that comes out, I'm going to be screaming from the rafters for you people not to do it.
With that, I have bigger commentary channels asking me to cover this.
Who the fuck is asking you to cover this? Who the fuck is asking you to cover this?
Who are the one? Like you say, leave me alone.
Who the fuck? Wait. You now the way you say it makes it sound like somebody fucking like sat you down and said, come talk about it. Who the fucking the dark forces of the universe is telling you to talk about this? Because I know ain't nobody in the cabal told you to talk about this. Who the fuck did? Who the fuck did? Who are we talking about here? What are we, I need to know. Imagine it's Cataclysm. I thought about that. If it was,
You did this.
Dude, I'm Alex. Dude.
I would not be making these videos if not for your actions. I'm only making this cease and desist video because you sent me this cease and desist. I only made my last video because you deleted content. I only made my video before that because you put a copyright strike on my video under false pretenses when you knew that content fell under fair use. You did this to yourself. I didn't do any of this. This is your fault. This is the Streisand effect.
Has Frazier said anything? No, you got to understand that Frazier will only say something when it's completely safe and non-confrontational for him to say so.
The consequences of your actions, Richie. Sorry I'm speaking.
And then he'll do a 5-hour video where he also belabors the point the entire time and wastes everybody's time.
So fast. I don't I don't have a script, so I'm literally just rolling off my tongue. Like that's why
you should get a script. Everything you say is going to be used in court.
Speaking so fast and so intensely. Like I'm not scripting this. Like I don't care. Like I'm not
Yeah, I don't care. All right. Hell hath no fury.
Okay. Yes, I'm frazzled. I'm disheveled. I'm scatterbrained. I'm upset. I'm all these things. Yes, whatever. It's fine. It's fine.
Dude, this white woman's done lost her marbles. They're all over the floor.
It's fine. I'm fine. It's like that one. What's that one thing with the kid in the fire? It's like, I'm fine.
Oh, the dog that's on fire. Oh, interesting that you're referencing that meme where the dog is sitting in the chair and the room is on fire. Did you know that that picture was drawn by a pedophile? Interesting. I bet you didn't know that. Interesting. You know, I'm not insinuating anything, but that picture was drawn by a pedophile. That picture you're referencing? Did you know that picture you're referencing was drawn by a pedophile? Why are you referencing a picture drawn by a pedophile? By the way, it was drawn by Schmorky, who did work for Adult Swim, friends with Low Tax of Something Awful. Ended up being like a kid diddler. Low Tax dumped him. Guy fucked off. Low Tax kills himself a few years later.
I'm fine. Everything's fine. But no, seriously, everything's fine. And this is crazy. This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing as hell. So much so, he is willing to forego a lawsuit against you for the harm you have caused, as long as you abide by the agreement and leave him alone.
Yeah, Schmorky did an animated version.
He will leave you alone and not pursue any claims against you. All of this would be memorialized in a written confidential settlement agreement containing standard terms and signed by the parties. Take me to court. Take me to court. You will lose. It will be hilarious. We will make history.
This lady is crazy. Saying we will make history is the most outrageous statement possible.
Take me to court.
Only the Adult Swim bump, but the original image was by someone else. Ah, okay.
These could reasonably demand more. No, he couldn't. No, he could not. Including compensation for the harm you have caused. You deleted that content, not me. Compensation. I'm not giving you compensation for the views and the money that you deleted from your channel, you idiot. He is offering you...
You're gonna get fucking bodied. God, you're so fucked. You're so fucked. The wave of emotions. I'm like angry and indignant, to use a college level word. But also in the same breath, I can't help but be like, damn, this girl's out of her depth. Because she is so out of her depth.
The opportunity to move on without having to defend serious lawsuit and suffer the public embarrassment of being exposed for what you have done, not to mention the substantial expense and disruption of litigation. Again, the internet is rallying behind me to not only cover this, but to pay for my legal expenses.
I am going to fucking upend that. I'm going to be the dark horse. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm going to do it.
You don't have the money for this. The internet is doing everything they can to give me the money for this because they hate you so much and they want to see you fail so much. They want to see you held accountable so much that they are rallying behind me. You know, like, the only one that's going to be embarrassed and exposed is you.
Well, unfortunately, I'm embarrassed.
The public embarrassment and the expose is going to be you.
I'm sorry. If the commentary I'm part of caught wind of this, they'd all be running to Richie's defense. Like, there's no universe where that wouldn't happen.
Not only in litigation, in discovery, in court, but on the internet. For the world to see, to mock, to laugh at. So by all means, let's do it. Let's do it. You were trying to call my bluff. I said, let's make history together. You can wear the bulletproof.
You and I are a lot alike, Social Repose.
Vest. I'll make you look like a fool. I'm not lying. I'm not joking. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Because time is of the essence.
Let's do it, Social Repose. You and I are going to be doing this forever.
Given the harm that Mr. Geese continues to endure, we require an answer by close of business February 12th, 2026. If we do not hear from you by then, we will conclude that you are not interested in resolving this matter out of court. Mr. Geese will then withdraw his offer, which you will not see again, and file a lawsuit.
I think she has garnered an audience that would give her money, feeling that she's righteous, because she's definitely garnered that, like, wokey audience. So I don't know about that, but I don't think she'd be successful long term in this.
In addition, Mr. Geese is making this offer to resolve this matter with you privately. Thus, if you publicly discuss or disseminate this letter or its...
All it takes is one bad day, Social Repose, and anyone can become like me, an Omori player. Yes, Social Repose, you can have a little space. A little space where you think you're safe. But then, I'll be there. Always.
Contents, Mr. Geese will withdraw his offer and proceed with a lawsuit. Consider this my response to you both. Go fuck yourself. I'm gonna continue talking about it. You can't.
The problem is that this is normie content, dude. The fact that I had to like rattle the cage so much for Cameron tells me that this is so normie that nobody would notice.
Prove defamation. You can't.
So I would not be surprised if there's no. I don't know of any other commentary guy covering this. Not that I want them to. Okay, let me have my moment. But
copyright infringement. You're out of options. Accept the consequences of your actions, Richie. You're not gonna scare me. Take me to court. Take me to court.
Take me to court, Richie. We can do this dance forever or until I run out of money.
Do this. Finally, because of the possibility of legal action, if this matter is not quickly
this is too girly coded,
resolved, you must preserve all the evidence, including documents and electronically stored information in your possession, custody, and control that is relevant to Mr. Geese and the facts and the issues discussed in your YouTube videos, including your allegations against Mr. Geese and any information you have relating to those allegations. I have all that evidence. I have all the evidence preserved. You're the one that's trying to remove and take down the evidence. I have all of the evidence. Again, if there's one thing I'm good at, it's preserving evidence. I have the goddamn transcript receipts, Richie.
Yeah, keep saying that.
The
Comments on the
transcript.
video are extremely positive. I'm not surprised they are.
I know how to preserve evidence. You understand that goes both ways too, right? So I'm not the only one that has to preserve this evidence. You have to preserve it. Which you have privated most of it. I hope you haven't actually outright deleted it, because that would implicate you.
You could check to see if it's privated or deleted. It's not that hard.
Stuff is going to be discoverable.
You would know that. You could just search up the link and then check to see if the video is privated or deleted.
Mention they're going to investigate you too. So if you do have messages, if you do have things that you don't know about, that you've forgotten about from 10 years ago, interactions, things like that, guess what? They're going to find all that. They're going to find all that. All the stuff you want to hide, they're going to find it and more in Discovery. So by all means, let's do this. Let's do it. Call my bluff. Let's do it.
Call my bluff, Social
includes, but is not
Repose.
limited to written and electronic communications, emails,
Dude, she just
voicemails,
repeats
messages,
herself.
texts.
Oh my God.
Hilarious. It will be hilarious. It will make history. You will lose.
It'll make history, dude. Dude, she really wants to make history.
Actually want to test your misguided theory, you can ignore this letter and expect to be served.
Your apparent belief that Mr. Geese sent you a cease and desist letter that would confirm it could not be proved is only incredibly naive. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me go back.
You're terrible at your job. You don't know what you're talking about. This is ridiculous. Oh, and this little thing. This is really funny, actually. Your apparent belief that if Mr. Geese sent you a cease and desist letter that would confirm he could not prove defamation is not only incredibly naive, but particularly short-sighted, since Mr. Geese is offering you, a 24-year-old YouTube novice with little understanding of the law and consequences of defaming a public figure.
Oh my God, dude, this is such rage bait. This is such rage bait.
Significant resources, a generous
one comment of hers on a comment based on all personal language. It's possible that Richie may have stolen the header and wrote to C&D himself. I don't believe that for a second. This is definitely written like an attorney wrote it.
Passionate opportunity to avoid the stress and economic ruin of having to defend a lawsuit
That's not actually how Discovery works, lol. It's only things relevant to the case. And she's the one on blast who has to prove she's right. She doesn't get the Discovery to prove he's a pedo.
of miles away that you are destined to lose. If you foolishly want to test your misguided theory, you can ignore this letter and expect to be served with a court summons and complaint shortly thereafter. Let's test this misguided theory. Again, I'm telling you, let's test it. Let's test it. Prove your own statements to be defamation in court. Prove that I acted with malice and negligence. You can't prove any of that. I have already showed that. And when that video is reinstated, it will show that too. The only person that's going to be embarrassed is you. If you want to foolishly test this misguided theory, by all means, we can foolishly test it. I'll gladly fight you miles away. All of the stuff you're saying, like you're saying this as if I'm unwilling to do it. I am more than willing to do this. So by all means, if you want to go on record, if you want to put this stuff legally on record,
Dude, I can't. Oh.
and read it out in front of a judge and explain to the judge all of this stuff, by all means, let's do it. Let's do it. I'll preserve.
Guys, I gotta go to Maryland for this court. I need to be in the room where it happens. Please.
Please make me successful by the time she gets a court summons. I need to go.
All of the evidence. I've preserved all of it. I'll continue to preserve it. I'm not the one trying to get it taken down. I'm not the one deleting millions of views worth of content. You are. You are. So by all means, let's test this theory. Let's test this theory. By all means, let's test this theory. Let's do it. Let's do it. But yeah, so that's the cease and desist. As you can see, it like I said, it's bogus.
I could no. Here's the thing. Richie is very vindictive in this kind of way. I would believe Richie would commit on a lawsuit. I think he is. I think he's capable. I think it is 100% in the realm of possibilities for him. He is that kind of character. It is part of his character. I could see him doing that. Okay.
Like this is honestly like kind of one of the lamest cease and desists I've ever received. There's
This is my first C&D. Oh, hopefully it's your last.
no specific like claims. There's like like someone let me know like what they think of this, because again, I've been watching commentary for over 15 years and
you fucking haven't. No, you fucking haven't. I want to know what kind of commentary you were watching, man. Because I want to know who your commentary channels were.
I've seen plenty of situations like this. I've gone through plenty of cease and desist letters.
Fuck, man. I've published plenty of like, my videos have been sometimes incredibly damning. And I've never gotten a cease and desist.
And this is genuinely one of the worst ones I've come across. Like, genuinely. That's just my opinion. It's one of the worst ones I've come across. But yeah. So, with all that, that is the update. As you guys will probably see in a few days, assuming he's not going to last minute present the legal documents he needs, I think he would have done that by now, and I think he also wouldn't have sent this cease and desist if he was going to do that, so I don't think that's going to happen. That video will be reinstated.
Yeah, Repsion, she said as much. But, you know, and the thing is that Repsion is really bad at it. He's not. Look, I have a lot of problems with Repsion. I'm sure he's a nice guy. I'm not trying to decry him as a person, but I do feel like he is not a good representative of the niche.
You guys will be able to watch it. I know you guys, a lot of people were waiting for me to re-upload. I was saying that I'm going to wait and to see what he does. If he's not going to go through with this copyright infringement lawsuit, I'm not going to re-upload the video. I'm just going to let it go back up in a couple days. As far as, you know, my next video, that I don't know when exactly that will be coming out. I'm still working on that. And trust me, when I tell you, I will be very, very, like, very careful. Very careful. We will not be using any of Richie's clips. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
You should just use the clips then. If you think you're using them within fair use, don't let him fucking control the editorial oversight of your videos.
Yes.
I wouldn't give a fuck what anybody says. I'd fucking use the clips anyway.
But yeah. Anyways.
Because I know it's my fucking right.
With that, I hope you all have a lovely day or night, depending on where you are.
Well. Wow. That's bad. It's really bad, actually. I don't even know what I'm supposed to say to that, dude. That's crazy. Wow. Oh boy. All right. Well, that's stream. I guess. Fuck. Wow, that lady is such an energy vampire. All right, well, I'm going to bed. I got a shift tomorrow. Guess I'll get to work, baby. We got a new FPS Diesel upload, and it's going to be this. Ay, ay, ay.